day. Thanks. I'm not sure how easy this is going to be, and I know it's a very difficult thing to do. I've been asked, it's not me, I've been asked to ask people to move forward so that those that come in when the proceedings are underway can actually occupy the back seats. So if you may, please do us the honors of moving forward, we'd really appreciate it. Thanks. We're waiting for the general and our CEO and everybody to enter the room, and then we will start. Good morning everyone. General Masamola, board members of the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa, executive management, senior SEPs and JCPS officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the State of Retail Value Chain Crime Risk Seminar. My name is Neo Momodu. I'm the executive for the Legal, Regulatory and Stakeholder Engagement Division of the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa, and I will be your MC today, so you are stuck with me for the rest of the day. We are gathered here today, as you know, to have a dialogue aimed at identifying retail crime threats, evaluate current strategies, and see how together we can come up with collaborative partnerships that enable us to eliminate and or reduce crime in our country. We all know, General Masemola, that the crime stats, fluctuate on a yearly basis. We are winning in some crimes and others we're not. I was having a conversation because as I was driving in the morning to the venue, I heard that between January and March of this year, 300,000, almost 300,000 people lost jobs. We know that 46% of our youth is unemployed. And why am I stating these statistics? They are really important because what I have read is that crime is generally linked to issues of unemployment, issues of inequality. Not all of us have the privilege to be on a plane or to the US or now are taking citizens in the US. We are here in South Africa and we all have to come up with solutions that actually make us become better citizens and work together towards finding solutions. And this is why we're here this morning. I would like to welcome on stage our board member and CEO of the beverage company, and also the chair of our Crime and Security Risk Committee of the board, Mr. Peter Spies. Mr. Spies, if you allow me to just say, you are an seasoned executive with a proven track record in the FMCG, agriculture and telecommunications industry, spending more than 30 years, and 22 of those have been at an executive level. We welcome you and are looking forward to your opening remarks. Please come up on stage.
Thank you very much, Naya. You sort of stole my thunder there with the unemployment, but maybe I'll start with a story. Good morning. If you see so much brass in a room, you do think about your traffic fines. You get brass, and then when you're from Cape Town, you get brass, so I try to just balance between the two. Maybe I'll start with a story. It was a recent experience. At the end of January, my son got hurt during a sports event in Cape Town, and they couldn't operate in Cape Town, so I think I picked him up at 1:30 at the airport, took him to the Zuid-Afrikaans hospital in Pretoria, and he was operated during the day. I went back to work, got back there at about 8 o'clock, and he came out of his sort of induced sort of thing so that he could start waking up after the operation. Broke both the wrist and the shoulder, so I fed him a little bit, and I got a phone call from our housekeeper that lives in Diepsloot, and there was something terrible that happened there, and I thought I better get there. This is big, and I jumped into my 20-year-old car and left Zuid-Afrikaans Hospital in Pretoria, drove to Diepsloot, and I've been to the house a few times so I could find it and quite easily, but something was wrong. And as we organized, the ambulance was there and the community came out a bit, etc., and I left and everything was sorted. And I drove back, and for those that's traveled, if you've been to, end of January is warm, and the evenings are warm. And if you've been to countries like Greece, Cairo, Nairobi, 11 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night, it still hustles, it still moves, it's still, there's still life. But my observation that night driving home was, as I left quite the posh suburbs of Pretoria, and going into a place like Diepsloot, you don't see people. It's dark, it's high walls, it's a barbed wire, it's a spikes. And we know we live in an incredible sociable nation, but something is wrong. There are people as a country, which is most probably, if I speak to foreign visitors very often, we are one of the most friendliest nations in the world, by far. I've worked in 40 countries I was privileged in my life. And there's something wrong, but it's driven by crime. And it's such a big issue. So and I think in the heart of it, it affects all of us, and it affects our economy. It affects us as social beings. And, we're sitting from a food producing and a food retailer perspective. We've got such an important role to play. And I remember another incident where I was speaking to a lady that's working at a specific retailer, and I said, what time do you guys close? Because I wanted to know for my own convenience. She says, 8 o'clock. And I said, where do you live? And she lived quite far away. And I said, how do you get home safe? She says, worried, every day. And I know, a CGSA and sort of a crime risk team, we actually addressed some of those issues last year. But it is tough. But on your comment, where's Nao? On your comment on the oaks that went to the States, I can tell you that I've got quite a few friends that's farmers. Nampo is as busy as it can be again this year. And, all the farmers I know, and I saw a lot of them a week ago at the Villa Clava series in Kimberley, they're staying, they're not going anywhere. They love this country. So I'm not worried about the 49 that's left. Now, I want to try to get this thing going. How do I change? Oh, there we go. It's a little bit of a delay, so let me. Where should I point it, and then maybe it will work better? Because it says next, but it's not next. Okay. So this is maybe the story. I was at a Metcash conference 25 years ago. And it was in those days, Metcash was one of the top performers in the JSE and the metro function. And I promise you, they did it pretty well in those days. And we had a guest speaker from Zimbabwe. And I remember, 25 years ago, I was about 60. He made this comment, and it stuck with me forever. That's when your neighbor is hungry, you will not sleep well. And I think that's exactly sort of and it's, the one thing that it is, it's not unique to South Africa, but it's extreme in South Africa at the moment. The unemployment figures called out earlier, just speaks to that. But, as business leaders that either heads up retail companies, manufacturing businesses in the food retail sector, the suppliers in that sector that makes it a little bit more efficient, stronger, the supply chain companies, everybody that plays a part in this. When you as a business leader wake up in the morning, the first thing you need to think of is profitable growth. And underneath that sits a whole lot of things, from innovation to cost control and everything else that we do as business people. But that's the first thing that comes to mind. The second thing is really around your people, culture, and values. And so often you see it in your people. As you try to build a culture and a value set in your business, very often it gets disrupted by crime internally as well. And I'm going through that as we speak. Then you think about safety and health. It must be top priority every day in your business. I always say businesses should be the safest place for an employee. You have to think about stakeholder management. That's anything from your shareholders to government to everybody else that's got an eye in your business, and the investors. You have to somewhere pack out the strategy, because competition is fierce for some. You must just outsmart them, but you have to spend time with your team on that. And then environment, social and governance, that also, everybody's cleaning rivers and planting trees, hopefully. I love those two things. And then there's this thing called the risk management. And, sort of a few slides down in risk management, you'll find security. And that is the one that it's the one that you're reactive to. It's the one that trips you up. It's the one that's normally not on the risk register in the form it happens. And that's what today is all about. And I think it's so important we spend time, and it's really nice to see the room filling up and so many people being here. But I thought I'll give a few highlights of, and you do these things on a Sunday evening. If there's a bad movie, you catch up on the things you don't get to. But, I spent a little bit of time, and I must admit, ChatGPT disappointed me a bit, so I went back into the old normal internet stuff. But if you look at it, and I thought, let me start with, what does the world look like? Now, in the US in 2022, 350 billion loss in shrinkage and theft in the consumer goods sector in the US. Now, that's huge. You can convert it times sort of 20 if you want to get to, and that's most probably how much our industry is worth in South Africa. But that's the scale of the problem. Now, you don't find companies really talking about, except if it's a big incident that affected the share price, but even then, nobody wants to talk about it, they don't have controls. So this is, nobody reports on it very, very well in South Africa. And maybe AB, you guys have got better, you've got some better data and detail on it, and I'm sure today a lot of that will come out. Then you talk about cybercrime, 2025, last year, it cost the world 10.5 trillion. Now that is mind-boggling. And I was thinking about that number this morning because I had a lot of time in the traffic like most of you. And, out of 8 billion people, there's most probably, if 200,000 in the world is busy with this, it's a small percentage. But a lot of people are busy trying to dip into this electronic world we live in, and this fiber world and everything else, and that's quite a scary number if you think about what's happening in phishing, spear phishing, deep fakes, social engineering. There was something on Carte Blanche on Sunday. A friend of mine had the personal experience of that, and I won some wonderful things from Vodacom, which they never knew about 2 weeks ago as well. But there's a lot of scams going out there. Then ransomware, very often underreported. Companies don't easily want to declare. But just in 2022, there was 10,600 new variants of ransomware that was targeting companies and individuals, etc. Now that's a scary number. And it's most probably growing at something like 30% plus every year. And then kidnappings in South Africa. If you work, and I spend some time when I get a chance in that Kunu, in the Kai, and we do a lot of good business in those areas. And the amount of kidnappings in that area is quite heightened, but also underreported most likely, and you do feel vulnerable. I've made a decision in our company that none of the executives will ever be on the website with their photos and their stories, because I don't want to expose anybody to the potential of this. And a lot of my customers that's in a sort of bigger wholesale trading environment, a lot of them, they share their personal kidnapping stories with us. And I tell you, that is scary, very, very scary. But it's happening at all levels, and I'm sure some of the panels today will go a bit deeper into that. Then Johnny Malota, I don't know if he's here, but if he was here, he would speak at least for 2 days on this subject. But, 100 billion lost in illicit trade in the last sort of year, or 2024. 100 billion. And we're struggling to get the economy going. And, just there's too much of this going on. And it's scary, you know. I did work in the liquor industry as well. I was privileged to go and do something there for a couple of years. And when you find a product on shelf for sale that is below the excise duty of that product, you know it's stolen, you know it's illicit. And, you know, it's most probably can kill people as well if you drink it. But our role in coordinating the fight against crime, I'm very proud of the team in CGSA and AB and his team, you know, that have launched this app. You should get it on your phone, and if you're in the industry, make sure as many of your employees get it on their phones as possible. You know, for me, the value in having this app, and it's quite an easy app to download. You know, there's a few things you can do in it. You can verify if the product is illicit. You know, you can make sure that it's part and it's registered for everything, and then you can also just report a crime on it if you like. So I think there's a lot of value to that. Then I just want to see if that slide came through. No, they didn't put it on. But I want to talk about this quickly. So now I have to put on my glasses if I can find them. But so you must always be prepared. So I was taught this years ago. Always bring a hard copy. But you know, the Consumer Goods Crime Risk Initiative was established in 2002, and that's 23 years ago, by 5 major retailers. They haven't changed much, as a non-competitive platform to mitigate crime and threats that face the industry. And I can remember Sean Summers, that's back now at leading Pick and Pay. I was at a presentation once, and he talked about this, you know, how many Gillette blades were sold in the boxback flea market versus what was sold in the hypermarket, which at that stage was the biggest store in South Africa. And, you know, and that wasn't around 2002. You know, the focus for the team and the Goods Crime Risk Initiative grew and broadened to cover the entire consumer goods value chain, which is manufacturing, logistics, retail, small retail, etc. It's managed by a ManCom and various steercoms that's happening within CGSA and GS1. And it's really around crime information collection, collation, and analysis of purpose of identifying the nature and extent of the threats. And I can, you know, remember how AB plays such a fantastic role, and CGSA during, you know, the riots that took place here in Gauteng, mainly in KZN, during, you know, when we saw somebody trying to put a couch in a Merc C200. I'm still curious about the outcome. And a lot of this information then gets shared with the broader community and as part of CGSA and GS1. But it also, the role is also around to facilitate the development of industry standards, which is critical. You know, the industry, we need to raise the standards because I promise you the cost of losses comes back into the product. Somehow. Nobody's just going to absorb it. You know, not a manufacturer, not a retailer. At the end of the day, the consumer pays. So developing the best practices is really very, very important. So, you know, this is a first for AB and the GS1 and CGSA team, and I think this thing is going to grow. And I hope that we really drive the social media aspect of this, and we grow this concept, and that we get together as a team. And I'm sure there's a lot of supply chain people here. But I want to do justice to AB, which has been leading it now for, quite a while. Now he served in SAP, in SAPS for 30 years. And he was a sectional head in the multidimensional organized crime and crime intelligence at head office. So AB comes with a lot of good experience. He joined CGSA 9 years ago, thanks heavens for us, and at the head of and started as the head of the Crime Risk Initiative. You know, and his focus is really to mitigate the crime threat in the industry, and you will not believe how passionate he is about that. And his core functions, you know, is from information management, analysis, engagement and collaboration with law enforcement, other industries and crime-fighting organizations and Business Against Crime South Africa. So, AB, I just want to, thank you personally for how dedicated and the amount of times when, the N3 gets blocked, AB is on it, the industry gets informed, he tries to collaborate with his, the SAP services and really try to help the industry to get over the hurdles. And he's not a one-man show, but he's driving it alone in a big way. And I want to say kudos to him. I want to say kudos to the CGSA team, Noah and Zinsley and everybody for this initiative, this section in CGSA. I think it's going to grow in importance. This will grow in importance. We get better when we share, when we really sort of engage with each other and we understand the challenges that we all face. I think today is going to be very informative and I think very valuable for everybody that's came through. So I appreciate it from my side and thank you all very much. So I know we're under time pressure. We started late, so I won't take any more of your time, but enjoy your day today with us and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. I think we've taken a lot from what the chair of the Security Committee of the board has said, but for me, I think I will take a leaf from your opening quote, when your neighbor is hungry, you will not sleep well. It's something that, that's bringing us here together. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker, who will be speaking on the state of crime in South Africa, General Fanny Masemola, who has 25 years as a senior manager in the SEPS and currently occupies the position of National Commissioner of SEPS, which he has occupied since 2022. He's got a wealth of experience in the SEPS, and I've had the privilege of working with him under his leadership in various positions. When the one that stands out for me is when we were working secretly for years to prepare for the state funeral of Dade Nelson Mandela. It's amazing how you're sworn into secrecy for years and years, and under his leadership, we know that that event alone was the glare of the world. It showcased the potential of South Africa to actually police. It showcased the potential of South Africa in terms of a unified country that had common values, morals, and I think this is a South Africa that we aspire towards. And why we're meeting today is to say, how can we together as communities, public-private partnerships, come up with solutions that make us a stronger country? With that, General Masemola, we would like to welcome you on stage. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I hope I don't break here. And good morning, everyone, the business leaders that are in this meeting today, the program director Neo. I was wondering, where do I remember you from? Now, what was the secret is now out. We worked on that plan for many years, and at the end of the day, it was a success that we did, and we still trying to work on other plans. But there are those that says when you try to work on the plan, but so it's one of those things. But thank you very much for having me here. the Chief Executive Officer of Consumer Goods Council of South Africa, Zinhle Chikwe, the CEO of South Africa, that is Sabric, Mr. Miwalal, all the executives that are present here today, the divisional commissioners present, other stakeholders of the private sector, most important, the representatives of the business. It is quite good to engage with you. I'm sure we should regularize this talk so that we meet quite often, not meet by chance, but meet quite often. I had quite competing priorities this morning. One was to go for the Portfolio Committee on Police, and the other one was the Cabinet meeting. And I'm presenting in all those events. And I had this one also, that I must come and talk. Then in the prioritization, I said to the minister, hey, how do we do this now? You are going to Cabinet? Well, he says, well, I'm going to Cabinet. I'll send one deputy to Portfolio Committee. Then I said, okay, but you know, the Portfolio Committee, they want you there personally. So I said, I will, send my deputies also there. So that I can come here, because I got this invite very, very early in the year. So it will be embarrassing not to come on the last minute. So that's how we jiggle around with our schedule to make sure that one comes and see you. So for me, indeed, it's a great pleasure to take part in today's Consumer Goods Council of South Africa crime seminar. We have been working very, very long with crime right. Many years ago, we knew him and we worked well. We hope we'll still carry on with this good relationship. We are honored as SAPS to form part of this discussion group, and I would like to express my full appreciation to all those that are still coming to speak. Mr. Spies of the beverage company, Bevco, Mr. Nuno Piers of Pick and Pay, Lucky Campbell of Nestle, Carol Westrad of Browns and Jewelry, Charles Lewing of Spa, Nishal Mual of Sabric, Mr. Pillay of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. Last but not least, our very own Lieutenant General Makosazana Sintumule, who is responsible for crime detection and forensics in South African Police Service. I'm confident that our participation as a collective will make this seminar meaningful and impactful. And ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today to paint a picture of the state of crime in South Africa. Our observation as far as consumer goods value chain is concerned suggests that South African consumer goods value chain is increasingly exposed to multifaceted criminal activities. And this affects every stage of the supply continuum, including production, transportation, wholesale distribution, retailing, and overall business profitability. Maybe it will take me just a little bit while to wind the clock back, just before or not before, but during the COVID-19, you'd recall, we had what we call the nut joints by then, which was driving all business or strategies around COVID, which was an unknown terrain to any one of us, new in the country. Nobody knew how to deal with what, in which way. And, but as we started, of course, COVID is a disease supposed to be driven by the health sector. But a few days down the line, the president said, no, the nut joints, you drive this thing. And we said, but how does nut joints drive or come up with plans to prevent disease? And he said, just go and figure out. And we went and worked out plans as to how do we do this. We worked the whole day, we worked the whole night. And we were supposed to present to the cabinet 7:30 in the morning. And we worked on the presentation overnight. Somewhere at 3:30, I said to the team, now I'm leaving in the morning. I'm leaving, I'm going to shower, then I'll be back at 6 o'clock so that we are in time. I left. When I get home, they call me, they say, no, the presentation is missing. Work that we have done over 18 hours is missing. And we have got few hours, 2 or so hours to present to the cabinet. And we still have to make 40-something copies, remember, hard copies for each member of the cabinet. And by then, me, I was the chairperson of the nut joints. My bosses were the co-chairpersons of the JCPS cluster, that is the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security cluster, which is by then was the late Dr. Sam Gulube and the then National Commissioner General Stoll. So I must prepare this work so that they go and present. And now the presentation is missing. We worked it out, and eventually we had something to present by 7 o'clock. And we get to Union Building, and everything is set forth like this. He said, now I'm asking the two, who's going to present? They said, no, you present, we'll back you up. Then I said, yeah, now I'm put under a huge strain here. Okay, I do the presentation. And I don't say, explain what has happened. And they say, no, okay. We raise areas of concern. And they say, okay, now you can go back at that info. One of the biggest problems was to get information from departments, especially health, number of beds, and that you can't get it. Now I say this in the meeting that we're struggling to get the following, and we want cooperation. And the president said, no, from now on you'll never have a problem. There is Minister of Health, he must provide this info. And then he says, no, you did quite well. They accept the presentation. Then I says, hey, now I had a chief director from health who was assisting me. He was in a golf shed. Now they asked me, why is this guy in a golf shed? Then I says, no, this guy came to work yesterday, Sunday morning. So he has since working that time. He lost the presentation this morning at 3 o'clock, so he couldn't go home. He had to work through to get it right. But eventually they were happy about the work. What I wanted to indicate is that we worked through fighting COVID. And it ended up being like a nut joints business, which has got nothing to do with health. We transported the vaccine in this country through the aircrafts that we have, the SANDF, as well as the SAPS aircrafts. We transported the vaccine right through the country, which was not actually the job that we're supposed to do. But at the end of the day, we were successful in assisting the country in the fight against COVID. of course, we had a problem with inflow of people into this country. So this nut joints has been used for quite a lot of things, even functions that do not relate to the nut joints. So that is the experience that one have from that angle. Now, the supply chain currently that we do have, and even that time when we were working around COVID, you'd remember that's where the SRD grant started. We had to argue as nut joints around how do we bring this SD grant into, how do we get it to be implemented? And it took us almost 2 weeks to come to an agreement because we couldn't agree as to how much should it be. We'd go to cabinet, maybe say, this is what we think. Cabinet says, no, go and rework, think it thoroughly. And we went back. We argued as officials, and eventually, then we said to each other, because the first figure was, no, let's give each unemployed South African 3,000 rand a month. Some said 2,000, some said 1,000. And at some point when we were briefing the cabinet, the late Minister Mboweni, may his soul rest in peace, he said, Mr. President, South Africans are 62 million. I have money, I can give each 1 million. And we said, but he was testing us. And then he says, I want an answer on my statement. Then he reworked it out. He says, no, it cannot be. And we look at some countries in Africa, one of them is Angola, that show that if you have the money, the hard cash, and you don't have manufacturing, production, you will drown the country's economy. Then we came back, we said, no. We have deliberated this. We think the best grant to give must be between 300 and 390. He said, why? We said, no, you know what? Currently, people that are working in farms, they are being paid that average per week sometime. Be right or wrong, but they are paid more or less that amount. Reason being, if we go overboard, if you give each other 2,000 rand, or you give each one 1 million rand, do you think we'll all be here by now? We'll not be here. But the only problem is, you will not have a spinach to eat, you will not have milk to eat, you will not have a bread to eat. Do you think if the person who is baking bread every morning, if he gets that money, he will go and bake again? Or the one that milk cattle, he will never. So he says, no, reasonably, let's start somewhere around 300. That's how this 300 came around. Because President said, okay, you come and tell me how do we maneuver around this. So that's how we came to assist and come to the current figure where we are. I was just trying to explain how this supply chain continuum and production and transportation, wholesale distribution, retailing, and overall business profitability assist us. Because if we don't balance, you definitely will plunge the country's economy into trouble. I remember a few years ago, somewhere in 96, we had a conference here in South Africa, SNDF conference, exercise. I had colleagues coming from various countries, including Angola. I was still then, I think, a colonel, or it was called superintendent then. Then I had a friend from Angola who came down. And he said, my friend, when I leave here, I want you to make sure I've bought a Toyota Prado. I says, okay, my friend, will assist you. He says, all right. Then I says, okay, you want second-hand or new? He says, no, I want new. He says, oh, okay. How do you afford a Prado if you are, a lieutenant colonel? He says, no, man, I do have money. And eventually, at some break, we go to main lane Toyota there. We find a salesperson, we talk about the car, he refers to another one, the other one refers to another one. Just see a policeman and a soldier, poor fellows that don't have money. And the last one assists us. Then the guy purchases the whole car, he pays for transportation through Angola, shipping fees and whatever. But because the junior salesperson, you go to the senior one for assistance. And then they say money, he produces money. And then they check the money through the banks. The money is legit, it's correct, it's not stolen. And then the first guy that, when we arrived, we went to him. Now he started changing face to say, hey, you have lost a lot now. That's only when he realized you have lost. He said, but why do you get this money? The fellow says, no, it's my money, I work, this is what I earn. So eventually the guy got the car to Angola. The reason being that, why I'm giving this example, like the previous speaker said, he worked a lot of countries and he seen the experience. So that country at some point they have a lot of money, but they didn't have the resources to buy the money with. So even if you have to build a house, you need cement, you don't have. You need material is nowhere, but you have the money. So balancing the act of demand and supply is very, very important. And fortunately in South Africa, we are still in that right balance. And we must still make sure we fight it to maintain it. Because if it goes, it will be getting out of our hands. Therefore, we do have areas of concerns as the police in terms of crime, as I said, within the consumer goods value chain. We have quite a number of ongoing investigations into farmer tax, stock theft, border security weaknesses that affect us, findings from tactical operations such as Operation Lockdown reveal a complex and evolving threat landscape. This criminal dynamics significantly undermine product integrity, disrupt legitimate trade, and compromise the economic security of the nation. We do respond, however, as South African Police Service. We responded to these challenges through integrated policing strategies, intelligence-led investigation, and targeted operation focusing on securing the consumer goods value chain. A threat we observed at the production stage includes stock theft, which remains a persistent and critical challenge within the agricultural sector, from subsistence farmers to commercial farmers that are affected in this regard. It directly disrupts the supply of quality meat to abattoirs, thereby affecting the downstream wholesale and retail operations. Moreover, this crime destabilizes the commercial farming economy and poses a serious threat to the national food security. What is of concern here is that within the commercial sphere in this industry, there is those that are receiving from the others, illegally so. The SAPs address stock theft through specialized stock theft and endangered species units, which we have in the country, rural safety plans and partnership with farming communities aimed at improving rural policing and rapid response to these incidences. The illicit product of counterfeit goods, including food products, pharmaceuticals, and clothing, poses severe health and safety risk to consumers. Operations not only endanger, this operation is not only endanger public well-being, but also erode the value of established brands and weaken consumer goods confidence in legitimate markets. The SARBs, in collaboration with other regulatory bodies and SARS, conduct raids on illegal factories and enforces laws against intellectual properties. We do have established a team nationally, which we want to also broaden it to few provinces, especially Gauteng, KZN, and Western Cape, where we want to start. We do have is led by Brigadier Latahan, who is quite skilled in terms of these illicit goods and counterfeit goods, and is quite doing well. A lot of goods that he recovers worth billions and billions. And unfortunately, he says it's an environment that is quite very scary, because the people that are involved there are quite organized in nature, and they fear nothing. They don't fear nothing to attack anyone. He tried to retire from the police, but he couldn't get it right, because he haven't yet trained some other junior staff that can take over from him. So that, because I asked him, if you retire, what are you going to do? He says, no, I'll just relax. I said, you can't just relax when there is still work to be done. I think he's somewhere in here. Where is Brigadier Latahan? Oh, there he is. He still looks young. He's not the real material to retire, so he must still carry on fighting this counterfeit goods, because he quite well vested, he knows this environment well. Once he trains about 10 people, then he can retire. The illegal importation of items such as explosive exacerbates the problem of illicit mining, and it destabilizes cash-based economic system and increases the vulnerability of a high-risk operation, particularly cash in transit logistics. These smuggling activities reflect broader failures in border management and enforcement. Quite often we ask, where is this, especially Mr. Grant Clark from CGCSA always asks, where is these explosives coming from? The explosives, they come from next door, or from our next door neighbor, that's a fact. But it's manufactured here in South Africa. It legally goes through our road or whatever, and it gets to our neighbors. And once it's there, it finds its way back, smuggled back into the country. We engage our neighbors, engage them myself, because we even did some tests in those countries, which I'm not supposed to tell you, to go and try and buy. We were able to buy them over the counter and came back. So it is a problem, but it's not, we don't say there's no proliferation in the country, but the control measures are much better here. The problem is out there, it gets brought back into our country. The SARBs border policing, together with the Border Management Authority and the SARS, plays a central role in preventing smuggling through intelligence sharing, roadblocks, and operations. And of course, we are aware and we acknowledge that we do have challenges of corruption within our ports of entry by all government officials that are there involved. Not that everybody is involved, but in every department, there is elements that are involved in this. The threat at the transportation stage includes cargo robbery. There has been a marked increase in cargo theft, particularly targeting stationary freight vehicles, at-way bridges, steep incline, especially into the Mount Fletcher area, is continuously a problem. Targeting stationary freight vehicles at steep inclines and also other vulnerable transit point. In more severe cases, the entire freight trucks are hijacked while in motion, resulting in significant logistical and financial losses. Especially in Gauteng, that's where truck checking is a problem. And some of the goods looks like they get repackaged and get sold again in other markets within the country. We have responded by deploying highway patrols and tactical response team in high-risk areas, supported by intelligence and coordinated sting operations that we have regularly. The rise of e-commerce has also led to an increase in organized robberies of couriers and delivery services, especially those transporting high-value electronic and mobile devices. These crimes frequently target inter-route transfers and delivery route, saving online retail operations. We are enhancing intelligence-driven operations to target courier crime syndicates, and we are working closely with the private sector to improve the delivery route security. From Operation Lockdown, highlighted a targeted strategy by organized criminal syndicates aimed at exploiting vulnerabilities in the transportation of goods between retail outlets and during last-mile deliveries, particularly within the context of digital economy. We have launched operations to disrupt this network by increasing visible policing and arrest some of the suspects targeting the logistic market. Of course, there is a worrying upsurge, ladies and gentlemen, in the smuggling of counterfeit and illicit goods. Wholesale markets are increasingly infiltrated by smuggled counterfeit goods. We have seen of late in the last year the amount of goods we confiscated, especially in warehouses in Durban, which sometimes bypasses our South African revenue taxation mechanism. This not only deprives the state of critical revenue, but also undermines the lawful wholesalers and distort the market competition, because the legal ones must pay tax and those make a clean profit without paying any tax whatsoever. Criminal attacks on stock being transferred between branches significantly disrupt supply chains and contribute to growing financial losses, thereby impairing operational continuity and increase the risk of exposure of business. I'm happy to say we are collaborating with major retail groups in making sure that there is always cooperation, including cash companies that do cooperate with us. We are working together. Ladies and gentlemen, the cybercrime has become a thorn in the flesh at the retail level or stage. Retail operations are becoming primary targets for cyber criminals who engage in fraudulent transactions, leading to substantial financial losses, damage to corporate reputations, and disruption of logistic efficiency. The Cybercrime Unit, established under the Cybercrime Act, investigates retail data breaches and financial fraud and support private sector partners in digital forensic and recovery. Sale of privated and stolen products also continue to persist despite our continued effort to cap the illicit goods market. Illicit retail enterprises distribute stolen or pirated products that often fail to meet the safety standards. These activities not only expose consumers to the risks, but also undermine formal retail sector by saturating the market with substandard goods. SAPS conducts coordinated raids in informal trading hubs and work with intellectual property right owners to remove these goods from the market. So that emphasized that we need to continue to work together, otherwise we'll definitely not be able to fight this new scourge of crime. The awareness and alertness of South Africans in terms of cybercrime is also of concern. Our citizens, they sometimes voluntarily or unwittingly so get themselves involved in this online trading where they lose money. One of the oldest trick is where people go and buy car. You buy a car, a washing machine, and a fridge that is cheap. There's a place called Winterveld. I don't know how many of you know Winterveld. In Tshwane, in Gauteng, situated on the northern part, northwest of Tshwane, after Soshanguve. It's a rural village, but it's known as an area of big market where people buy second-hand cars, very cheap, fridges, washing machine, a lot. Business people come as far as KZN, Springs, Zanin, to go and buy there. They pay first online and then they go there to collect a car. And as I said, Winterveld is a rural area. There's just 1 or 2, 3 shops there. How do you go there to collect? How do you leave Tshwane, Pretoria? You go and buy a washing machine in Winterveld. But they don't stop, they continue. We keep making them alert, but they continue. The last thing was a business person from Mpumalanga, a commercial business person, who wanted to add on his fleet by buying machinery, graders, bulldozers from Winterveld. And he lost almost $1 million, and then he come and say, no, assist me to get my money. How do I assist you? Why do you pay first? And we have arrested more than 20 of that syndicate. But because it's lucrative, they don't stop. They keep advertising. People keep going to buy. Even policemen. The other day there was a policeman from Zanin who bought a Toyota Conquest there. He went with his brother, and the only time I knew is when he phoned me to say, but my brother, they took me away with the money to buy the car and his firearm. I don't know whether he's still alive or not. Then I asked, where you come from? Say, I come from Zanin. And what did you come to do? You came to buy a Toyota Conquest. It was smart. It was cheap, 15,000. Then I said, but you left garages in Zanin. You passed garages in Polokwane, you passed garages in Pretoria, and you believe there is a cheap Conquest in Winterveld. Now your brother is missing. You don't know whether he's alive or not. Eventually, he was found, but without money. And there's quite a number of them that have lost life in that area. One of them was my friend. He was a colonel in the SNDF. He also went to buy, stay in Pretoria, but he left Pretoria to go and buy a ice-making machine in Winterveld, and he lost life. So South Africans, you make them aware of this, but they keep on. I don't know what is it that we must do to make them not to fall, become prey of this cybercrime syndicates. As I conclude, I want to summarize the state of crime in the country, thus the South African crime landscape is reaping the fruits of persistent weekly operations, as it is evidenced in the gradual decrease in most of the crime categories. For the current 9 months, from 1st of April 2024 to 31st of December 2024, we have achieved minimal degrees, of course, in broad categories of crime. You would recall that I can only give you crime that has been released by the minister. So the 3 quarters you have already released. The fourth quarter, you have not yet released. You will still release on the 23rd of May. But also, it is quite promising. In terms of percentage decrease, the conduct crime categories have decreased with about 6,090, which is 1.2% decrease, which is not minimal, but at least it's not an increase. Conduct related decreased by 4.1%, property related decreased by 10.3%, other serious crime with a 3.1% decrease. You can look at the snapshot when you look at what is there. The biggest problem is the, does this thing work? Yeah. Oh, it can't point there. The biggest problem you can see is our commercial crime. And commercial crime include all those card skimming, money market, robberies where people take pins and take other people's money, electronic fraud, credit card fraud, and all these other crimes that I've been explaining now. That's basically the commercial crime where you see there is a huge increase in it. Of conduct crimes, is mostly, you can see, it's mostly your assault GBH, your assault common, which is a problem, and that unfortunately is driven by some of you sitting here. Most probably well, I'll say the alcohol industry or liquor industry. Well, you do good, you sell, but unfortunately there are those people that don't know how to use liquor, and after consuming liquor, then they assault each other, and that's where you see most of our assault commons and assault GPH are quite high. Crime that requires police to reduce it, which I told them, emphasize that it is their job, is the common robbery. Common robbery, as you can see, they've increased with 3.3744 counts, which amounts to 2.7% increase. And you can see Eastern Cape, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northern Cape, and Western Cape. Common robbery have increased over the 9 months. That's a crime that can be reduced by visible policing, because those are your pickpocketing and, that type of robberies. But at least on the fourth quarter, there is quite a decrease in that regard. But of significance, you can see Gauteng. Where you see Gauteng, the whole green part, it means Gauteng was able to reduce all the crime categories under the conduct crimes. Actually, it's the only province there for the 9 months that reduced all crime categories. So we always say, when Gauteng sneezes, the whole country is in trouble. So the overall reduction of crime you see in South Africa actually is as a result of Gauteng. So hence, I make sure that we pin them down. We don't make them to give them a rest. Because if they increase, the whole country increases. If they reduce, the overall crime in the country reduces. So if we do that, unfortunately, KwaZulu-Natal, you can see over the 9 months, they have 5 crimes that have increased, which is not right. Next, same with the Eastern Cape, they have 3 crimes that have increased under the category of conduct crimes. Eastern Cape, yes, they do have. So, no, the other provinces, they can have 2, 3 or so, but their impact is not as, is not felt like if it comes from the 3. I mean, the 4 provinces, your Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and KZN. Western Cape, you can see on contract crime, they did their best also. They only had 2 crimes that have increased. So that's how we are looking over the 9 months. And in terms of other commercial crime, your burglary, we have increases across all spectrum, except you can see Eastern Cape on stock theft, still a problem. And of course, that's the impact of Lesotho. Lesotho is impacting a lot to Free State, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal in terms of stock theft, but more so Eastern Cape is affected a lot with regard to stock theft. You go to Lesotho, they say their stock is stolen by the Eastern Cape people. So it's a battering system by criminals. Theft of motor vehicle, theft from, you can see there is quite a decrease countrywide. And on commercial crime, I've already spoken about that. You can see it's increasing in all provinces, and with very heavy, quite huge numbers, the increase. That's the problem that we need to sort it out, and of course, that's where also business come on board, because we also want assistance in terms of training on cybercrime, so that criminals don't stay ahead of us. Is a global problem, this. Last year when I was at the Interpol AGM in Glasgow, and a year before that we were in Austria. It is a global problem, because what they were telling me there, it was quite shocking. I've seen the figures shown earlier in terms of ransomware, but when talking to the police chiefs closer, it is quite shocking worldwide. Some of the harrowing experiences that they explain, while we haven't yet arrived there. And we should together fight that we don't arrive there, because there were chiefs of police that tells me that last month my salary, my whole financial system was jammed, and I had to pay a certain amount in order to release salary of my police. Otherwise, the whole police would not have been paid a salary and they would go on strike. I say, is it so bad? He says, yes. When I thought that was enough, he says, no. 2 months ago, the Reserve Bank was also done the same thing, and they couldn't produce money, couldn't do anything. And we had to go into negotiation as police, and eventually were able to resolve this problem. And it's a first world country. I won't give you the name, but it's a first world, well-developed country, where he says every day it's average 15 to 30 incidents. Then I says, we have not yet seen such, but we should also fight that we prevent getting there. We should fight and make sure we don't get there. We have never experienced theft of aircrafts in South Africa, theft of a Boeing, theft of a helicopter. We never experienced that. But there are countries in the world where I'm told, no, they steal those things just like cars. Then I said, but how do you steal an aircraft? Because you must fly up there. Before you fly there, you must file a flight plan and destination. You get given flight route. How do you do that? They say, no, it is possible. They don't even go there. They file nothing. They just fly under the radar. But I say, then how do you fly from South America to Africa? They say, no, it's possible. You even carry fuel in the flight. They fly until just below the radar. And when they arrive at the destination, they decide whether they leave the aircraft there at the airport or they return it back. So the owner will look for it and find it. And they say it's quite a number they recovered here in Africa North, coming from America. So we are not yet there, and we shouldn't like to want to get there. So we do have our own social serious crime, which is social related, but the type of commercial, we have not arrived there. The last part of the crime category there is crime detected as a result of police action. Sometimes people misinterpret the category to be crime committed by police. It is not so. These are crimes which, when we do operations, we pick them up, where we arrest people for possession of drugs, arrest people for driving under the influence of liquor, arrest people for being ladies of the night, which is under discussion. Probably it might be legalized, I don't know. And we arrest people for illegal possession of firearm and ammunition. So that is a positive indication. But you can see most provinces, they did well. I think KwaZulu-Natal is the province that in the 9 months, they didn't do well in 1, 2, 3, 4 of that crime category. Western Cape and Eastern Cape, they were able to perform well, including Limpopo and Mpumalanga. So yeah, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and Western Cape did well in terms of, meaning their operation were impactful. So they did quite well. So that is a snapshot of crime in the country for the 9 months. Also of importance, the carjacking have decreased with 1,793, which amounts to 10.3%. And yeah, I think that's basically the snapshot of what we can offer to business. And we are saying, let's work together. There is no other magic that needs to be done. We are South Africans. We are from here in Africa. We have no other second home. We can't run to anywhere. We only have got this country to protect. And we all have grandchildren. They must find a country in the future. And it is these hands, my hands and you, that must build the country and leave it over to them. If we shy away and look away, we'll soon have my counterpart here in Zimbabwe. I think it was last year, November, when he told me that I already have got a number of councillors from Ethiopia, from Somalia, in Zimbabwe. It's just a secret I'm telling you. He says, at council level, I've already have those people. Remember, when you start at council level, it means you might become a president one day. So wake up, South Africans. This country belongs to us. And we mustn't shy away to fight for our country and work together to make sure we keep the integrity of the country. You can't run America, man. You won't get used to there. Just walk up a bit, just drive northwards and see whether you will fit. One of the things, remember, we are, of course, reaping the fruits of the sins of our forefathers. But they might not know whether they were correct or wrong, but of course, we must rectify what is wrong. We signed a lot of agreements in Africa, AU Protocol on freedom of movement in Africa, SADC Protocol, freedom of movement, freedom to right establishment anywhere in Africa, or SADC, freedom to do business. Now it's biting us because people say South Africa, when you sign all this, did you think it means we will go to Chad? Or did you think we'll go to Malawi? No, they say we will come where the economy is. So the challenge is you business people, you must start looking towards investing up north so that you can attract people to go up north there. The more we saturate and develop here, the more we'll attract people. So you should go up, invest so that you can create job there, and then we'll have less influx to the south. I might have bored you too long, but thank you very, very much for lending me your ears.
Thank you very much, General Masemola. It's quite frightening what is happening in our country. And thank you for painting the picture so that we get the true sense of where we are as a country, and for being honest and frank and open about the crimes that we're experiencing. What I found very intriguing, and I suppose it shows that we're all human, is that even police sometimes fall prey to some of the things that are happening around us. It's something that, we all have to be vigilant about. As you were speaking, I was thinking about, do you know where this scene comes from? Son, in this world, there's problems. There's walls that you need to guard with guns. You need me on that wall. You know that movie, right? When you hear Jack Nicholson talk about, in A Few Good Men, about the importance of actually having men in uniform that actually help us solve the crimes that we have. And maybe we should practice the code red so that, police don't actually follow. I don't know if you follow that movie, but it's about how do we become true citizens to ensure that we keep policing and work together as a country to actually get things right. I'd like to move on with the rest of the program. We're going to have a panel discussion that will talk about, sorry, my glasses as well. I know what you're going through, Peter. Unpacking the state of the retail value chain. And I'd like to call the panelists up on stage. Mr. Nuno Pires, if you can please come up from Pick n Pay. Mr. Charles Lowings from SPAR. Mr. Laki Kamale from Nestle, Mr. Markel Olifir, OBC, Mr. Mozi Maibek from PSI Security, and Major General Kekana from the Gauteng Gauteng SEPS. Please come on stage. As you can see, we've got the retail value chain here, and SEPS actually speaking to each other, because Mr. Consumer Goods Council, and you alluded to this, General, to say that the relationship that we have built over a number of years is one that we're able to actually collaborate with the police. So can I also call the moderator on stage who will actually take us through the session, Dr. Aslam Ismail from MESMAT, if you can please come up.
Morning. One day it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm just waiting for the presentation to reflect, and I need an education on this clicker. It's got a next button. I can familiarize myself with that. Thank you. There we are. I'm quite delighted to be hosting the panel behind me. Not so delighted that I must give the keynote address to what value chain looks like in a retail environment, but it's actually a privilege to be in the company of retailers. The previous speakers made some incredible revelations. The one being from General Masemola, where we're born here and we can't run away. I think if you have a chartered plane and you belong to the right political party, you can. And then I'm also fortunate to be here. I picked up an allergy late yesterday afternoon, For some reason, it only affected my lip area, and I'm a retailer, so I thought, wow, everybody after that Angelina Jolie look should come to me. I just don't know what the mystery is yet. I don't know what caused it. But I'll be in the commercial business soon. Thank you again for the opportunity. We do have time issues, and I'm going to try and go through it as speedily as I can. I haven't got the best visibility of the monitor, but I'll work through it. So we're going to be looking at what's the impact of crime on the retail value chain. It was George Bernard Shaw that said, progress is impossible without change. And those who cannot change their mind cannot change anything. I think when you're in a domestic arrangement or when you're in a formal environment, that serves so true. And to those of you that have once followed or still follow Mahatma Gandhi, he is popularly quoted internationally as saying, be the change you want to be. We know we are living in a conundrum, both from a political perspective and from a retail perspective. And I'm going to try and give you a brief of what some of the retail challenges are. That block encircled with the red is the topic, which is the state of the retail value chain as impacted by crime in South Africa. And although we need more time to actually go through the actual specifics, what I'm going to do for you as an audience, and I understand that it's a retail audience in the main, is talk about the general challenges we have as retailers. It's a fact that South Africa has got a very challenging terrain. In fact, it's an accolade to the corporate retailers and even many of the semi-formal retailers in South Africa who have managed change at a high rate, especially post-1994. And I'm talking about legislation, I'm talking about the customer dynamic, I'm also talking about the infrastructure of your business and the people that you started to employ. The speed of change in South Africa is something that we should not be discounting. Yes, there are changes in other international environments. The ones that exacerbate us and beat us are countries that are ridden by war. We can talk about the Ukraine and we can talk about Gaza. I don't think we could fit in that environment as comfortable retailers. But to understand from a BEE point of view, from a land ownership point of view, from a foreign national point of view, and I think it was Graham who spoke, no, not yet Graham, it was Mr. Spies that spoke about the grants. Those grants are always under question, the quantum of it and the rand value. A lot of retailers are mum about it, isn't it? Because somehow a lot of it comes back into our systems. All right? Because like they said, hungry people, you cannot sleep if your neighbor is hungry, and hungry people tend to buy food first if they are not disingenuous. Unemployment still remains an issue. At the moment, two very topical issues. The GNU, all of us sit here and we know it affects the impact of our trade. More importantly, the stability of the government regulates our currency in a major way. And then for us in the retail industry, it's the issue about the security, the private security bill. No time to go into it, but it's under focus for some of the reasons that we as retailers feel will negatively impact us. I'm going to just talk about that last quote. You can't just keep doing what works one time. Everything around you is changing. To succeed, stay out in front of change. Now, if you have a retail leader without that mindset, you're really in trouble. And that quote, ladies and gentlemen, comes from the most successful retailer the world has ever seen up to this point in time, Sam Walton, who was the founder and owner of Walmart. Let's talk quickly about retail. We employ in excess of about 4.1 million. All the statistics are based 99% on formal retail. The statistics are lagging by 2 years. If you've got an issue with the numbers, you can talk to me when we have our tea break. Retailers contribute 7 trillion. That's 20% of the South African GDP. That's no small feat. All right? Retail shrink. Again, when I talked about affording retailers accolades, South Africa needs a pat on the back for having to regulate corporate retail shrink to under 1%. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a phenomenal achievement. And perhaps when we delve in the later part of the conversation, you'll see where it actually comes from. What surprised me is the 23 million square meters that we occupy as formal retailers in the South African context. Just conceptualize that. And then to emphasize this point, South Africa has over 2,000 malls and with the 6th highest mall ratio to population. And for many years, I thought it's because of our threat of crime or the safety of the consumers that these malls are proliferating and coming up. And those of you that have traveled to places like Doha, Qatar, Dubai, you know that that fact is not right and not based on crime on its own. That's a commercial opportunity based on the customer profile. Because those countries that I mentioned don't have one iota of some of the crime challenges that we have, yet their more population is high. If you look at the split in the South African retail is 30% formal, 30% informal, and 70% formal. Congratulations to the guys in the informal space. A lot of them are migrating and at a good speed with great development into semi-formal, and eventually they'll come into the formal space. Formats I'm not going to talk about. These are your top 5 retailers. And I just heard the startling fact that the Consumer Goods Council, I think AB, correct me, started in 2002. I can with confidence say that these are the members that were very, very early in alignment and in collaboration with the Consumer Goods Council. Just to show you from a participation point of view, I want to call out SPAR's number there. SPAR 7 years ago was probably not even making it on this chart. 17 years ago, sorry. And look at them today. And why I say it's a significant achievement, for the simple reason, and Charles, when I get a chance, I'm going to question him about that, is that formula of franchising seems to be delivering great success. However, the value chain challenges from a security and a safety point of view, we still got to understand. Checkers is by far the leader, and you've got Massmart and Walmart teetering there with no small spend, but they're still recognized as formal retailers. I'm not going to talk about this. You guys all seen this sometime in your careers. This is Michael Porter's traditional value chain. I'm here to talk about this. So I've customized the retail value chain, to understand what is significant for us in the South African environment and to maximize the time and set the right background for you as an audience. I've inverted primary activity and support activities because I think I want to talk about the primary activities a lot more. Inbound logistics seems to be a key primary activity for us in the retail value chain. Who delivers to you? How they deliver to you? Do you warehouse stock? When I talk about indirect, could be ambiguous for many of you sitting here. Indirect could mean, do you deliver directly to our multiple stores or sites, or do you deliver to agents who do the distribution on our behalf? But that's inbound logistics. Operations hasn't changed very much, with the exception of compliance and process and security. Many of you, whether you're in retail or manufacture, the issue about compliance is receiving high attention for the simple reason that if it does go wrong, it ends up in litigation. Outbound logistics, that's how we deliver. Who we deliver to, which are the customers that we do prefer, and depending on your model, if you've got a wholesale model and you business-to-business model, you definitely got a hierarchy of preferred customers, and they always get selected good attention. Marketing, that discipline hasn't changed over many a year, with the exception now, South Africa has got an array of multi-channel selection. And we all know what's happening in multimedia. I don't want to emphasize certain negative cases, but you guys know about the pick and pay conversations, you guys know about the clicks conversation, etc. We don't have to talk about it, but it starts from the multimedia conversations that take place out there. And eventually you have a band of people with a similar thought pattern and you're under attack as a retailer. Services, I think is that last point that I want to talk about there, which is adaptability. When I talked about the quantum of change in South Africa, it doesn't come just by the environment, it comes from your customer. Just look at the customer profile that's changing, look at the customer changes and the customer demands that have changed, particularly with online getting so much attention these days. Support functions as they stand, it's obviously related to your infrastructure. Let me talk about that. A lot of the formal businesses, retailers are declared as centralized businesses. I think that's not 100% accurate because the operational characteristics are actually decentralized. And that's because of our terrain and the wide spectrum of portfolios we have in our banners, and as well as the customer bases that we are serving. There's a lot of variability, so you do have that expertise at that type of level as well, at regional level. Merchandising, a big challenge because it's the assortment in the range that's migrating because of the customer demand. We talked about foreign nationals. South Africa was never a big pasta and sales environment. And now as a formal retailer, if you haven't got an array and a good selection of pasta in your business, you're probably going to be discounted as a good retailer. Technology, a huge challenge, particularly for retailers, in the sense that we're always trying to make things easy, trying to cut out cost of our business. And what's the challenge with technology? Technology changes faster than your spend. So you need to have a program to manage that. And sometimes as retailers, we got to reside to the fact that even if we exhaust our program, we're not going to get our return. And leadership's got to deal with that as a reality. People, I think the biggest issue with people at the moment is performance management. There's a lot of people out there that come in with great CVs. You put them in a particular environment, and then you discover very soon they're really not so great. So you have that challenge, and getting them out of the system is a costly affair. Key retail value chain disciplines, that multicolor blocks right at the bottom there. From our logistics to strategy planning, merchandising, store operations, marketing, and then I've added the other key one, which is the customer experience. If you're a retailer and you're not talking about the customer and thinking about a customer, you're generally not a retailer. I've customized this. The red blocks will show you where the value chain challenges are for us as retailers. It's most certainly in the direct and indirect warehousing, because you can link that also out, link it to your delivery processes. There's trucks on the road, you're picking stock, you're vulnerable, you're probably dealing with an agent that's delivering your stock. You've got an insurance issue because you're not you don't know if your third party is sufficiently insured, and you can't predict what's going to happen on the road. So those two from a primary activity are the ones that really stick out. From a support activity is your merchandise. We know what jewelers have done in the mall. 15 years ago, they'd fight for the primary entrance spot. Now they'd fight for a spot right in the middle next to the food court. And that's because of safety and vulnerability issues. And that's what I talk about: merchandising, assortment, range, etc. We talked about Gillette shaving blades. It's still a huge issue, whether it be shrink or whether it be high potential risk items. So if you've got a truckload of Gillette blades going through, shaving blades, or half a truck of mobile telephones on a truck on the road, you are definitely vulnerable. What we do to overcome that is create a multi-load and reduce the value of each load that's on the road. And then people. I talked about people misrepresenting themselves. I talked about performance management. A lot of us retailers do have a very cultured performance management system, but what you will find is that managing a performance management system takes a lot of time, both from your management and from your executive team. And we know in retail and everybody else in their businesses, time is money. And it's not to say it's a distraction, because you are investing in people, and everybody talks about people as their savior. But if you want to talk about people as a savior, you must have the courage to put the investment next to it and the time. So performance management does become an issue, and we all know, the audience here If it doesn't go the way you wanted it to go, it's going to cost you money to get out of that hole. So what are the challenges that we faced in our retail value chain? It is stock theft, it is robberies, and I'm going to talk about it in another slide. But understand, as retailers, you've got to have an abiding value chain. When I say an abiding value chain, there are legislations, there are laws, there are relationships that we maintain. Let's abide by that. When I talk about synergistic, yes, we describe the value chain in silos, but they don't operate in silos. They have specialists in the silos, but there's got to be an overall collaboration. And although we classify them as primary and secondary, I don't like it, because I think everything else in a retail environment is primary. The one cannot do with the other, without the other. And then for retailers to be discerning. You gotta be reflecting on what's happening in your environment, what's happening to your people, what's happening to your product. A lot of us import our general merchandise from various sources. So all of a sudden, we're Chinese supporters now. Three years ago, we were USA supporters. And that's how it's going to go, because we got to act in the interest of our business. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what I would think is a successful formula for sustainability. The previous speaker spoke about mass cash and what a formidable trader they were. There's no mass cash today, even in your top 5 traders. Yes, we could say it was a strategic choice by that company and the structure of that company. You guys also know they had big investment in the motor industry at that point in time. But again, if you don't concentrate on the issues affecting your business, that green block, sustainability, will not be green. I'm not going to go through the entire slide. We have got a time overlap. I'm going to talk about those, that pink spectrum there with the key activities. What then would be the value proposition, what our key resources are, who our key partners are, and what our key channels are. Let's go to those blue blocks. Sales, merchandising, sourcing, and marketing are your key activities. I'm going to move to key partners now. Key partners are your manufacturers, your landlords, and your non-core specialists. So us in security, we can't manage security diligently on our own. We haven't got the registered licenses to move between different terrains. And more importantly, we haven't got the investment for the right equipment. So we partner with the right type of security partner to actually leverage off them and to make our businesses as safe and as functional as possible. Stakeholders, customers. As a retailer, if you don't start with customers, you've got a problem. And then it's your people. Can you see how significant governments are? General, you and your team fall under that same banner. You also fall under the next banner, which is community, with your CPF arrangements and with your patrol police. And then last but not least is investors. Without money, difficult to actually invest in progress. The broad-based influences on the operative value chain are, and I've got 2 major sections that I want to talk about, the socio-political environment and the market environment. So those of you that have done some studies in the past, you know it is an internal and external environment. Your social is your customers and your communities. Your political is government and all the other organizations that we belong to officially from a government arrangement, contract arrangement point of view. Let's talk about our market environment. It's our state of competition, our price, our profits, and our monopolization. And then last but not least, the economy with regards to its trade laws, unemployment growth laws. The market environment, we as retailers can manipulate it. What type of products we have, what's our price range, where we want to put them, and who are the people we're going to use to actually get them into our store and how we're going to manage them. What we do have to monitor quite seriously is the economy, our resources, what our competitors are doing, and what's the state of politics in our country. If you are living in a hole and thinking that you're a very successful retailer and not traversing the other areas of understanding what's happening in competition, can you guys remember when mobile phones were first sold? Where do I get a mobile phone? Where do I go to buy a mobile phone? And boom, eventually every retailer was selling mobile phones. And that's what I'm talking about, South African resilience, diligence, and speed of response, in that they are and should be complimented for their collaboration and the way they deal with. That's got to be monitored. What's the influence? So your social-cultural relationships are the only areas that retailers can really, really influence. What's the culture we set in our stores with our leadership? And that type of culture will permeate and actually be impressed on your customer. What are reference groups that we'd like to deal with? Police forms an integral part of that. The CPF forms an integral part of that. Religious Christian organizations, where the Christian, Muslim, Hindu, African church leaders, very, very important that you stay close to them. And then remember, you cannot serve a spectrum of social class. We have our businesses designed to emphasize on a certain social class. And you know certain mall-based stores have got a higher profile than certain strip mall businesses. And then more importantly, what's your fit as a retailer in society? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the only real area we as retailers can influence. This is what I came to tell you. So in that value chain, where are the challenges? Let's look at the pink block first, which is primary. So in buying, again, and you heard from the previous speakers, it's illicit products, counterfeit products, barcoding, misrepresentation of the product detail. In merchandising, it's how we select to merchandise, shrinkage, shoplifting, barcode misrepresentation, again coming back to false representation of product, damages both our customers and our people that we employ, our perpetrators. Dummy packing, I don't know everybody of you, all of you know this, or as a retail term, I should have explained it, is when you take a deep fryer box for $7.99 and you put a television for 299 Rand in it and you take it out to the system at $7.99. And then in store operations, it's credit card fraud, counterfeit currency, underringing. That's when the cashier, you know the cashier is your neighbor or under pressure by somebody else and she doesn't ring everything that you're pushing through the terminal. And then you have misrepresentation of the barcodes and collusion. Collusion is something which even the most experienced, dedicated security personnel have a problem in having to mitigate against. Let's look at our secondary challenges. So from a human resource point of view, I'm not going to talk about it again. It's qualifications and misrepresentation of experience. There we go. It's that cybercrime, ransomware, all that comes in technology. And remember, you've got the upfront problem about affordability. And marketing. There's a lot of people that impersonate your brand. Sometimes you got your organizational integrity comes under question, particularly under social media. And then there's the issue about integrity. And you know there's a lot of issues in the South African environment. Praise the Lord that some of our formal businesses haven't been highly in the focus for the wrong reasons. We now have Tiger Brands, who's a support manufacturer and supplier, a vendor to all of us across the spectrum, dealing with their settlement claim, but it's an indirect impact on the market. And then last but not least, we look at our infrastructure. It's issue about vendor fraud, it's banking fraud, data impersonation, and you also have company impersonation. So people get the profile of somebody, a high level in your company, pretend to be that person, and start striking deals with other vendors. General, I'm not going to look through this because you did a great job here talking about the crime. This was 2023 versus 2024 variants, and you can see significant reduction in everything. What I want to do now is take you through a series of questions which was championed through the Consumer Goods Council, and I want to give you the sentiment of retailers with regards to protecting their value chain and what are the critical areas of focus which we think warrants attention. Yes, you can see by the survey result we are not like-minded, but again, you will see where the popularity lies in dealing with certain challenges. This particular one asks, what is the biggest crime-related challenge your organization faces in the retail value chain? Now, if you look at that 26, 19, and 18, it is shoplifting, it's financial fraud, and armed robberies. If I have to do a similar survey, probably in about 8 years' time, I don't think this graph will change much, unless, of course, there's major interventions in certain areas. So can you see what's keeping retailers awake at night, particularly people under risk and enterprise risk management? Then we asked the members, which segment of the retail chain is most vulnerable to crime? And as you can see there, I can't really read 31%, if I can remember, and the 23% says it's logistics, and the last part I can't really read. Yeah, thank you for that. So can you see what retailers are looking at in conjunction with regards to this vulnerability in the value chain? One of the questions I really loved was, what would you have most significant impact on reducing crime in the retail value chain? And look at that 64% response, which is better collaboration and stronger law enforcement. I don't know what happened to that 4% where it said public awareness programs. I don't know. I just couldn't realize. But again, there's my competitors that think like that. How is the public going to help you in solving your crime? I think they may be meriting it. I got to understand it a bit better. But here you go. That's what's it? 66% better collaboration and stronger law enforcement. This slide says, how would you rate the current effectiveness of the public-private partnership? And what you will find here again, look at that. It's almost 74% that are saying moderately effective and very effective. Those 10% that said very ineffective know something that I must still learn about. So they say when you study and you research, you don't know everything. And those 10% of people are qualifying the fact that we don't know anything. But that 74% understand the value of being in a collaborative relationship. So you know the problem. What do we as retailers do in resolving the problem? From a business continuity point of view, obviously you've got to have a resilience program as a retailer. If you're sitting here and your organization hasn't got a resilience program, you're actually in trouble. And I'm talking about your business continuity management program. I'm talking about your emergency response program. I'm talking about your disaster recovery program, cash and finance management programs, and your relationship with your banks. If you as a business haven't got a framework within your organization, if you're a formal retailer and not dealing with these issues, you're actually doing your organization a huge injustice. Intelligence services, we all know, and there's this big question about intelligence and information. I'm talking about intelligence so that you can give pre-warning. Do you know what's happening in your country? Do you know what's happening in the industry? You've got to be able to analyze that. And when I talk about environment, obviously you know Western Cape fires, KwaZulu-Natal floods. Yes, they're not totally predictable, but we can give early warning signs to our business to mitigate against those type of challenges. And then you've got to have a threat and emergency management framework. Has your company got a policy on how you're managing that? Have you got an emergency operations center or at least an emergency operation department that looks at emergencies when they arise? And insider threat, it's an international term for understanding if your people are honest. And then obviously emergency management. Collaboration, you've seen on the slides how our competitors value collaboration. We know any one of us, and irrespective of our turnover or fit in this business, if we don't collaborate with people like the Consumer Goods Council, we are in trouble. If we don't have the right police relationships in the areas that are vulnerable or in the areas that are non-vulnerable, we are in trouble. Because the day you're going to knock on the door and say, I need help, you're going to get very little help. And the issue and the compliments that were extended to AB, I want to tell you that's very real. AB and his team do a fantastic job in making sure our response times are reduced. Thank you for that, AB. And then you got to have security program. You got to have equipment to survey what's happening in your business. You got to understand who your service providers are, and you got to be doing environmental assessments. So if you do all this, coming back to the value chain, what does it do for you? If you've got a handle on your external environment and your internal environment, then you as leaders got a following responsibility continuum. Your risk mitigating strategy implies, thank you. Your risk mitigating strategy implies on your quality for risk appetite, your culture, and the collaboration. All that falls into place, comes to that pink box. You have happy people, you have happy customers, and then we go to the green block, which says you have happy people. Thank you. And whatever you think, whether you think you can or whether you think you can't, it was Henry Ford that said, you are right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go into the informal panel discussion, and I'm going to try and regulate that with you. Do I detach this mic, or do I get another mic? So, ladies and gentlemen, compliments again to the Consumer Goods Council. They put through a sterling panel of both retailers in various sectors. And we've also got Mr. Lucky Kumbele. I'm going to introduce him first. Lucky. Lucky is actually from Nestle. Then we have Nuno Perez on the other side. He's a Pick and Pay retailer. Next to him is Charles Lourings, who's from SPAR. I've got Michael Olivier. I'm using his mic at the moment from OBC. Mossy, thank you, from the PSI. And then we've got Major General Kikana from the South African Police Services. I don't know if you guys can share a mic. You got 1 minute to introduce yourself and just say who you are and what's your responsibility vector. And then I will raise the questions once you guys do the introduction. Can we share a mic there?
Good morning. Thank you, Aslam. I'm Nuno Perez from Pick and Pay. My responsibilities are safety and security for the group. And I also work very closely with the Consumer Goods Council, with the AB and his team and other retail members. Thank you very much, Aslam. A minute is too long, eh?
Yeah, I agree. I'm Charles Lourings. I am the Divisional Risk Manager for SPAR. I'm looking at the retail sector as well as the logistical side of it, and been part of the Consumer Goods Council since 2006. So, yeah.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you. I'm Mosi Meiberg. I'm from PSI. PSI is responsible to look at all the crime perpetrated against the petroleum industry, but only as far as the retail sector is concerned. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Major General Fred Kekana. I'm the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Policing in Gauteng. I'm responsible for visibility, for collaboration, for integration, working with all stakeholders to ensure there is collaboration in addressing crime across the board. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lucky Kambale from Nestle. The Market Risk and Security Manager, responsible for East Horn of Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Michael Woolifeed. I'm the National Operations Manager for the OBC Group. I currently oversee the franchise division in our stores, and with my operations team, we spend majority of our time out on the field. We're down at ground level, and yeah, we see a lot of things happening in retail. So yeah, nice, Aslam, nice to have a chat with all the guys. And thank you for the invite today.
No, you guys are all welcome. I think that mic has got to go off for this one to go on. Nunes, I'm going to start with you. What in your mind are the two key considerations for sustainable value chain risk mitigation? I'm talking about your specific environment, which is Pick and Pay retail. So what are the two considerations for sustainable value chain risk mitigation?
Aslam, thank you very much. I think before I answer your question, I think what you've presented and the other speakers basically paints the picture of the importance of the retail value chain and how important it is that we have mitigation measures in terms of crime. So I want to first say that retail crimes matter, right? And having said that, it means that we need to take a zero tolerance approach to crime. Crime in retail or in the value chain should be top of the agenda within business and within government. And I think the first consideration for sustainable mitigation is obviously for business to make sure that they have all the measures that you've pointed out in one of your slides there. So it is business's responsibility, first and foremost, to look after its assets, to look after its people, to look after its customers. The idea that it's down to police is secondary. It has to be something that all businesses make sure that they have these measures in place. They invest in the right security measures. They invest in the right people to make sure that they deal with these situations and that they are ahead of all these crime trends. As you've heard from yourself and the commissioner, criminals are quite advanced, cybercrime and all these other emerging threats. You need people within your organization to be abreast with those type of crimes. So it starts with the business. That's the first consideration. And of course, the second consideration, of course, is that you can't do it alone, right? And I think in that slide that I took quite a lot of interest in is the fact that there's collaboration that needs to take place there. So this is where we then bring in the police and government to say, when we are ready and we've invested all this money to make sure that we put countermeasures in our businesses, we need the support of the police. And a few examples have shown us that we can do it. We have, in our business, had engagements with Warrant Officer H.P. Pretorius. And there's an initiative that they do for Ekurhuleni malls. And we've had lots of challenges in the past in terms of armed robberies that were taking place. And between the police there, the landlords of the malls, the private security, and of course the retailers, they had this cadence of meetings where they sat down and spoke of solutions of how to deal with these things. So it also comes back to having local solutions for your problem. It's easy to want to escalate all issues at the national level. Have local solutions, sit down together with business, with police locally and find solutions. And I'll tell you, talking from a Pick and Pay point of view, ever since we've had those, we have seen a massive decrease in armed robberies, more than 95%. And so those are the two considerations. Internally, make sure that you have the capabilities, you have the investments to fight crime, and then start to partner with all the other key stakeholders and hold hands and fight it together. And I think that's, for me, the two ways that you can sustain those measures.
Thank you so much. I think that's incredible. Sinclair, you should be patting yourself on the back because it looks like he's talking from the influence seat base of the Consumer Goods Council. We've heard this a few times, but Nunes, your wisdom comes through great, and I think those are two areas we must always think about. It's structurally, what can you do from a capacity point of view internally, and then thank you. So I know in the survey, you're one of the guys that answered yes for the collaboration. Collaboration is key. I'm going to skip you, Charles. I'm going to go to Michael Olivier. The reason is your industry is slightly different. And we'd like to know, rate the security focus challenges and the coordinated mitigation practices for your industry. So you do have your challenges, right? Tell us how you guys deal with that.
Aslam, yeah, absolutely. I think majority of the guys that sits around here would agree that we face the same challenges on a daily basis in retail. And I think a lot of it, we've recently, with the Consumer Goods Council, started talking about the crime recognition, face recognition program that where we have, past criminals, people that, commit crime in stores and other businesses. We're rolling this system out very soon with the Consumer Goods Council, is to see how we can have a criminal identified as soon as he enters your store. So there's some form of alert. But yeah, the reality is a challenge for us in our retail industry, especially in the informal settlement, is that, yes, we absolutely need the collaboration of the police. And we understand that there are a lot of challenges for you guys as to, I've recently noticed that I think we don't have enough police stations maybe in the rural areas. The shortage of vehicles, that has a major effect. If you have 4 incidents happening, you only got 1 vehicle available. Of course, that impacts the guys. But yeah, security-wise, you try and bring in the best people you can, and obviously you've got to have the key people overseeing retail as such. And we go from the cashiers, from the front line, to people managing stock from the back, because the biggest holes in our business are normally the back and the front doors. So yeah, that is the kind of things that has a major impact in our business at the moment.
Thank you. Absolutely enlightening. I always thought, from an OBC, you guys know the main product range there is butchery and chicken. So I thought if there's a huge theft issue on chickens, I'll just keep them one side longer and give the one a little bit more Viagra and get my product back. But listen, insightful, and again, it's the issue about collaboration. It's again the issue about dependency on the police. It's the issue about your back door and front door. And although your industry profile is slightly different to ours, the challenges are not that different. But thank you so much.
100%. Aslam, if I could just add to that, although, and this is a personal feel from our group, is yes, Spar, Pick and Pay, the majority of the players in the market, we are competitors. But there has to be some form of collaboration between us as retail, in the retail industry as well. we come up with formal solutions. We are competitors, but we're not enemies. So we need to be sitting down with landlords a lot more often, especially landlords, where landlords and tenants create groups where, you know, managers and owners of stores are on a security group, and guys like us should sit down and say, how do we come up with a plan as retailers in the market on how we can bring crime down? And I think it just leads back to skill. I think I look at the type of people, you know, poverty is crime is driven by poverty in our business a lot. Absolutely. And what I have experienced is that in retail, we tend to employ skilled and semi-skilled people. But what about those people that just don't have the skills? They are the people that lands up going, what future is there for us? And I think as retailers, it's also important that we try and visit the area of how we can upskill people. Retail is a trade. Blockman, bakers. In the olden days, we used to have the butchery schools, the bakery schools. Let's start re-looking and revising that, and maybe just say, guys, let's open schools and let's get those unskilled people trained to a skill level where they can find employment. And I think that could also have an impact on bringing crime down in our country.
It will. Absolutely brilliant. I think there's some great suggestions that came out there. Zincle is applauding the loudest. I think there's a few initiatives we're going to see in the Retail Consumer Goods Council with regards to developing trading in schools in the next 2-3 years. AB, you got notes there? Thank you. I think that's absolutely brilliant. And yes, you're right. I hope we haven't got the Competition Commission here, because we're talking about collaboration on a public platform, and tomorrow you guys will be giving us emails, but come and check it out with me. It's not that type of collaboration. It is collaboration against crime. All right. I will now have the privilege of asking General Kekana a question. General, with your vast intelligent network, what advice do you have for retailers to better their working relationship with you? You being the police.
No, thanks very much. Firstly, there is no structure that must operate in isolation. The challenge is before all of us, and some have certain resources, some don't have. And some resources can supplement or improve challenges which the other sector doesn't have. I'll just give an example. Technology. These ones might have this type of technology which can assist the other party. Drones, I'll give examples of drones in monitoring certain areas. Cameras monitoring certain areas. Resources, when everything is properly coordinated, working together, resources can be maximized in such a way that the one who have the minimal will not even be exposed to the criminal environment, because we'll be working together. This one come with this type of resource. It can be technological resource, it can be physical or human resource, in terms of security, patrols, vehicles, drones, choppers. If all those things are coordinated, and even to, just to have a formal structured meetings as a team within a certain specific environment or area of operation can be of a great assistance, because that's where you'll share the risk, that's where you'll share the positives, the challenges, and amongst us, we can be in a position to assist each other to say, from our side, we'll come with this to close this gap, this side, this weak point here, you don't have this, but this one will come in and say, we will bring this, and together in that environment, there will be no element of criminality that will take advantage. I'm talking of criminals that will be coming either to rob, to commit certain things which all of us can address when we work together. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's very, very relevant. You heard from the audience, the general audience, and from all the commitments that they've made in the survey, in searching for that collaboration with yourselves and formal organizations like the Consumer Goods Council. We work through the Consumer Goods Council to formalize that relationship. So when you and your team speak to the Consumer Goods Council, you're not talking to an isolated banner, you're talking to an industry and the industry leaders. And we thank you and we thank your team for the support that we've always received. Thank you so much. Lucky you thought you're going to get away. You're not going to get away. Lucky represents a manufacturer, Nestle in particular. What are your key challenges in the manufacturing environment? And can you talk a little bit about some of the challenges related to distribution?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so as a manufacturer, we also are involved in warehousing because we manufacture warehouse and make sure that our goods then safely and timely delivered to our customers and our retail partners. We basically look at two things. So one of them is, one is under the roof and on the road. So under the roof is our manufacturing space. The challenges then and the impact, the consequence is that it increases our cost of manufacturing. That is one. There is a loss of reputation from the customers and our stakeholders, and then lost sales. But all this is occasioned again by crime. Part of the crime aspects, one of them, the biggest impact and the challenges we have is the hijackings on the roads. This has a consequence of disrupting the supply chain, that our customers are not able to get goods in a timely manner, and there are delays. We talk about pilferage along the way as they go both internally and from criminality. We also talk about fraudulent loadings from the warehouses, robberies to the highways, to the warehouses as well, which also is a big challenge to our environment. So we've got both challenges while we are transporting goods and also when we are manufacturing. And then not forgetting what everyone talks about, the cyber crimes. So fraud is perpetuated through cyber crimes as well. Occasional unrest leading to service delivery, protest road closures, again, that leads to detours and sometimes delays. And more importantly, again, is the illicit trade, which brings in grey imports, illicit imports, which sort of kind of compete with what we produce. So all that then increases the cost of doing our business. If you look at the mitigations in terms of what we're doing, so the most important thing is proactivity, trying to be proactive, anticipate risks. That's what we do with constant risk assessments and anticipate and then putting in mitigations. But the key thing here, as everyone is alluding, is that you can't win this alone. So creating collaboration mostly with our peers in the industry. So we have a lot of groups where we work together to share information and get a glimpse of the early warning systems to ensure that we mitigate in a timely manner. The second layer is also very important, which we're also actively doing, is collaboration with law enforcement. So where we operate from, we keep very close with law enforcement, and not only when there are challenges, also to create an environment where we're able to discuss and don't have to wait for issues to be reactive. So we try to be proactive, anticipate, and most importantly, encouraging people to report incidents, because that also helps to produce trends. And when you have trends, then you are able then to mitigate accordingly. But lastly is also the application of technology. So we are leveraging on integration of technology using AI At the same time, also increasing awareness to people, because technology alone will not do the miracles, but only when you have awareness across the board, from the shop floor to the management, to everyone, to the customer, where customers are able to feedback to us to tell us where things are going wrong. And at the same time, then that helps us to work together to be able to mitigate. So that is what we're doing, and we're seeing great results. And thank you also for such forums, because they also help us to work together. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Lucky. Again, strong issues on collaboration, very much similar challenges, outbound and inbound logistics. I thought your solution will be in a glass and a half of milk as a Nestle guy. But yeah, thank you. That was a great contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pose a question now to Mossie Meiberg from the petroleum industry. What would the security focus and challenges be in your industry specifically? And just talk about some of the mitigating practices. We are under time pressure, but that's your question.
Thank you very much. I think we must look at the fabric society that we live in. And then you will see that the petroleum industry is not standing on its aside. However, all of us has got to work together. In a recent operation, we've involved the banking industry, the petroleum industry, the police, everybody in addressing the bombing of ATMs. And due to the cooperation and sharing of information, we've been able to reduce, if we only look at the ATM crime, at least 30% in a matter of 3 months. I think the major issue is, let's first look at our problem. Our problem is the perpetrators. If we analyze the perpetrators, we will see all perpetrators could be divided into 2 groups. The first group are those who need something. In other words, we're talking about the poor and underprivileged people. They steal because they need to have food on the table, to have clothes to dress. But then we look at the other problem, those who steal out of greed. Those are the syndicates, the operational guys who target not only service stations, but all of us. They are our enemy. We must look at ways and means to address the crime. Then if we analyze the crime and how it's being perpetrated, we must know what we can and what we can't do whenever we try to address crime. Some people don't even know what are their responsibilities. They think it's the police's responsibility to take care of everything. It's not. We've got a responsibility ourselves as well. But in doing this, we tend to do a lot to harden the target. In other words, we try to protect our constituency and our properties. And in doing that, we only displace the crime somewhere else. The perpetrators don't care whether you've got steel bars or anything. If they want to come and target you, they are going to target you. If we look at our collaboration and participation in all these matters with the police, with all the oil companies, with all the other industries, the banking industry, the Consumer Goods Council, whoever, you will see on the paper that I've prepared for you, we've seen a decline of about 68% of crime through the cooperation and so on. So my proposal for the future is, first of all, we need to have a proper database of what is happening, of all incidents, so that we can analyze, that we can strategize, and to take care of the perpetrators, to have them apprehended and properly prosecuted and incarcerated. That's the first part. But how do we achieve this? Through the intelligence to our disposal. We should then be able, if we don't know who the perpetrators are, we should organize disruptive operations so that we can actually disrupt. Maybe we're going to displace the crime for the time being, but it's only because we don't know them at that point in time. And then the third part is to have proper intelligence-driven investigations, to have these perpetrators identified, prosecuted, and incarcerated. And in doing this, we need cooperation between all parties. We must take all barriers to liaise and to share information. We must take it away. And we must use the information to our disposal to our advantage. In doing this, we will not only save ourselves, but we will save the entire community from this criminal activated community that we live in at the moment. Thank you.
Mosi, as always, complete wisdom there. I think it's the legacy issues that you accentuate so well, and yes, they traverse across the industry. We empathize with some of the special challenges that you have, but your statistics I saw on the previous slides looking good. Congratulations to you and your team. Well done, and thank you for sharing that. Ladies and gentlemen, our last panelist will be faced with the following question. That's you, Charles, from SPA. How do you manage consistency in a continuity program, particularly considering that your communication is a challenge because your arrangement and your modeling is based on a franchisee system? So you've got the added complexity of communication and developing systems, but probably not people that are like-minded, and maybe your influence vector is slightly weakened. But I don't want to over-assume. I'll leave that to you, Charles.
Thank you, Aslam. Everybody gave an opinion, and every time I think I'm going to mention something, they have. So let's go for it. I think in my organization, in SPA, as you know, it's known as a franchised organization. It's actually not franchised. Our guys was voluntary trading with us. So that's even worse, because you don't have any rules in terms of how you make business. The retailer can decide whether he wants to trade with you and what do you offer. Now, the complexity of sustainability is communication, communication, communication. That's the only way in which you can do it. I think in terms of our retail environment, like all of the speakers said, is that retail is a hub where people come together. And our function as a retail risk function is to make it a safe shopping environment for our staff, clients, and then secondary to that, to protect our profits and those type of things. By doing that is to talk to each other. Mosi has mentioned it, the inter-industry collaboration is key. It's good to collaborate with the police, but it's also good to collaborate with cash and transit companies that comes into our stores. It's illicit trade is another factor that needs to be communicated. And then the pre-warning that goes with that. If they hit this store, they're going to go to Nunu's store, or even the fuel industry. So I think what you need to do here, and to show some examples, an example of what we've done is, for many years we've concentrated, and I think almost perfected. There is some challenges, I must say, but the crime investigations part within our stores. I think our next step, where we went into the proactive side of it, to understand who's coming into our stores, when are they coming into the stores. There's so many crimes happening within a retail space. Like we said, it was shoplifting was a big one, robberies. But when there's a CIT robbery that it's planned in the store, somebody is scouting that store. When there's a shoplifter coming in, it's not the first time. We've employed the facial recognition system in 2019, and we were rolling out, and it's getting good, and then COVID hit. So your next step as to sustainability is to adapt. Evaluate, adapt, see what we need to change, how do we do it, and then implement again. And that's exactly what happened. So I think looking at certain addresses in terms of that sustainability must target external and internal threats. External theft could be shoplifting, but internal theft could be, unfortunately, staff members that's involved, merchandising companies that comes into our organizations, those type of things. And that is also to put them on the same database and to share with each other. So when I employ a person, that I've got a database to check whether that person worked at a specific place and did he leave under the right circumstances in terms of that. So it's communication, evaluation, adapt, and again, communication going on. Tell each other, this is what I've experienced in my store. We tend to talk a lot about external factors. This 7 guys came in, they took a trolley full of goods and they went out, this is what they look like. But to share that data, the faces, to be proactive in the sense. And then I think one of the biggest challenges we do as an industry as well as we implement all of this, and the policing side is the last to hear about it. In certain instances, we went to police stations and say, this is what we're doing. There's a facial recognition system. We're going to hopefully catch a lot of shoplifters. A lot of shoplifting is seen as a lower crime. But with understanding what we're doing, we had huge successes. If we communicate correctly to partnerships what we're doing, and then you get the results. Because it's easy to say, I've arrested a guy for stealing 200 Rand and there's no case going. But when you catch the same guy 10 times for only 200 Rand, your result is actually good in terms of that. Thanks.
Charles, thanks, man. As you can see with that model, Charles emphasized communication. I am rather grateful I'm not managing a model similar to yours, because at your age at 27, you really don't look your age. Charles only 27, turned 27 yesterday, and you can see what that business is doing to him. But again, compliments to the Consumer Goods Council for putting the Sterling panel together. And I think if I can just bring it together, or I don't know if Neo is going to do that, it's the issue about collaboration. It's the issue about having to be professionally fit from a security management perspective in your business. And we talked about the various disciplines. And as I look at you, I actually feel guilty. Because if we don't do a great job in our area, guess who pays for it first? You pay for it. All right. Thank you to the Consumer Goods Council for the Sterling panel. I had another 17 questions, but I don't want your coconut pie to turn into a caramel loaf out there. So I think we're going to take a break soon. Neo, I rearranged your place here. I'm sorry, but come and make the best of it.
Thank you very much for that. As the panel takes leave, I think the only way is through the side. Oh, there are stairs on that side as well. I think We'll take a 10-minute tea break at this stage so that we can have a stretch of legs. Apologies that we've moved the program around. And then we'll just continue with the rest of the program when we come back after 10 minutes. Tea will be served out there in the corridor. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to continue with our program. I hope you're a bit more refreshed and your legs stretched. The next topic is the nature and extent of cybercrime in South Africa. And our speaker will be Dr. Kurupile. If you can, please come on stage and just give us, your presentation. Oh, sorry. He's right. I'm looking after tea break. It's the evolution of financial crime and the impact of on the South African economy. Is Mr. Mewalal here? Oh.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's not afternoon yet, right? Yeah, it is. I'm right. Good afternoon. Hope everybody's feeling refreshed. After the earlier conversations, those were a bit heavy. My name is Nishal. I'm the Chief Executive of SABRIC. And I just want to thank the Consumer Goods Council for inviting me to speak to you this afternoon. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I was also surprised to find that I'm amongst some very familiar colleagues and partners in the role of combating crime. Colleagues, when I was given this topic, I was not sure where to start. The evolution of financial crime is actually a very complicated topic to traverse. Depends how far you want to go back, what aspects you want to look at. It can become a very complicated thing. So I thought, let me keep it simple. Let me try and reflect rather on speaking to you on highly theoretical stuff. Let me focus on what I've observed in my years of working in this game and try and explain to you through the lens of my experiences. So, one thing I want to point out is that through my journey, my experiences have taken me to the front lines of prosecution. I then went into the war rooms of financial intelligence, and we moved on to more complex fraud investigations in banks, to now a role where we assist those of you that are working on the front line to combat these crimes through policy interventions, technology development, and partnerships. What I've come to realize is that there is one simple truth. Crime evolves faster than institutions do. Ask any leader of a business. The crime and the nature of it evolves faster than his own organization. I'm sure the general is going to agree with me when I say that. And if we don't adapt to that evolution of the crime, and if we don't act with the necessary urgency, then ultimately we pay in the price with lives, then livelihoods, and then currently where we are sitting at lost economic potential. So let me start off about this evolution of financial crime, starting about what I refer to as the time when crime was uncomplicated and it was actually in the street. So my observation starts in 2002. I was a prosecutor. Back then, my courtroom was full mostly of violent types of crime. The types of crime we faced as a prosecution service back then were robberies, hijackings, murders, housebreakings, and rape. Much of what you consider to be the primary aspects, armed robberies in your business that you see today, was the stuff we focused on back then. It was also a time when bank robberies became quite rampant and CITs became an issue that was quite emerging. We had created quite specialized task teams to be able to deal with these types of crime. What's clear back then was the motive was often survival. And I think the doctor had spoken about survival. The impact, what we could see back then was that it was very personal. It was very painful because of the violence associated with the type of things we were seeing. And it was very visible. But on that desk with all of these hardcore crimes, there was another desk, a desk that often nobody wanted to touch because, as a control prosecutor, you've got two desks. And this desk was full of economic types of crime. Nobody went near these dockets. Often these dockets were this thick. They were full of checks. You remember a check? When I speak to my kid about a check these days, he's not sure what I'm talking about. He thinks it's something I pointed him out to look at. But it was full of checks. And the reason why nobody loved these matters is very simple. If you had to do this docket, you had to have an elevated knowledge of the law of evidence. For those of you that are lawyers will know that you've got to understand the laws of evidence. You've got to have a very in-tune understanding of the laws of admissibility of documentary evidence. And that's a problem. It was always simpler to deal with the others. So these types of crime really, really tested your knowledge. So the accused that were in the dock were often accused of either altering checks, possession of stolen checks, counterfeit checks, and some form of scheme in which they were planning to defraud somebody through a check fraud process. Back then, crime was something you could point to. Today, it's a bit of a difficult thing to point out where exactly the crime is. It was felt in the neighborhoods, the streets, the taxis, and the corners. I often look at some of the things happening today and I thought, back then it was simple. The police went out, got to a crime scene, made an arrest, brought a suspect to court. We charged the individual, put him in the dock and locked him up, and then we began the investigation. These days it's another process altogether. I see the general is nodding his head. But even back then, when I think that things were quite simple, the seeds of something far more complicated was happening. And that's because South Africa was now integrating with the rest of the world. There were illegal foreign nationals coming into the country, which often found itself in court. Ordinary crime was beginning to become globalized. And the blending of our people in terms of cultures went hand in glove with blending crime techniques. The next move was my transition into financial intelligence. Here I began to see things quite differently. Suddenly, it was not just about who pulled the trigger, as was in the previous space, but it was about who funded the operation, who laundered the money, who benefited in silence. By 2009, the battlefield looked fundamentally different for me. Criminal syndicates were opening bank accounts under fake names. Banking fraud was on the dramatic rise. Let me just say to you that today this is quite different. They no longer open bank accounts in fake names, it's real names. So back then, it was simpler to catch you. Now, it's extremely difficult because you're no longer using synthetic information. South Africa was now a drug transshipment point. Corruption of public officials, especially around these points, became a very common sight. Illicit funds were being layered through property deals and offshore trusts. Proceeds of crime committed in the streets were now being legitimized by people sitting in boardrooms. And I think there's many of those guys still today in Cape Town. Well, here too, but especially there. And then something we never really thought of happened, 9/11. I think many of us can remember where we were on that particular day when that event took place. Now, in the business I was in, we were no longer focusing on finding illicit money. It was no longer about looking for who was laundering money. We were now tracing the destinations of legitimate money. good, clean money that was being used to fund terrorism. Some of you think, there's no terrorism here in South Africa. You're very wrong. Go back, pull the newspaper articles out, you will find that we have been put on the scenes to where much money was generated, plans were orchestrated. I remember very clearly our involvement with dealing with the matter with Henry Oka, or another matter which was far more prominent and which resulted in many deaths, was the White Widow. These matters were very real. What followed after that were the state capture years. I saw the inner workings of billion-rand schemes that siphoned resources meant for our electrical infrastructure, our hospitals. Much of this landed in private pockets. Leading some of these types of analytics, for the first time, I had to tell the teams that did this, guys, we got to set the filter to only analyze transactions that are 6 figures and above. 6 figures and above. Anything below that, we cannot accommodate the volume of transactions we've got to analyze. And that was a real eye-opener for me. When you got to set your gauge to R1 million and above, because you will not touch a transaction below that. What I come to realize during those days is that these weren't just financial crimes, these were actually economic crimes. Every cent stolen never went to a road that needed to be built, a school that was supposed to be opened, or a job that was supposed to be created. And what struck me maybe more was that the further away we got from the physical act of the crime, the more damaging it became to the economy. When crime entered systems and processes, in the banking sector, I witnessed how legacy payment platforms, built in an era and for an era, well before digital fraud, had become weaponized by criminals. These bad actors had invested time to map every procedural loophole and regulatory gap, often understanding more about the law more deeply than those that were entrusted to enforce it. And when you combine compromised processes with human vulnerabilities, social engineering, phishing, or just a simple distraction, alongside an extremely strict data protection laws that we have in our country, the result is a perfect storm. Throw in AI automation and real-time payments, and you unleash a global pandemic of fraud and scams that outpace traditional controls. Scams today are the biggest consumer concern for the banks. Customers have lost billions. Our records previously reported that in one financial year, customer losses out of their own pockets was 3 billion South African rands. Zero recourse on recovery, because in every instance, those losses were due to a customer error. It was a customer fault. Now, maybe you're just sitting there thinking, but why can't banks just solve the problem? That's because the problem is far more complex and bigger than just a bank. It requires a very complex set of stakeholders that need to come together, including telcos and all our social media companies and our internet service providers and the police and to get together to solve this thing collectively. Maybe one other observation that stands out for me during this period of what I've observed in the banks is the continuous occurrence of domestic instability that leads to unlawful process and service disruption and destruction. I'm pretty sure that this has direct bearing on your businesses. What the stats show is that South Africa is the protest capital of the world. Now it's time to understand what's the impact of this. Well, a recent World Bank study estimates that crime dominated by economy-motivated offenses, such as fraud, theft, corruption, you know that little red block that the commissioner pointed to, commercial crime? It costs South Africa 10% of our GDP annually. That's equivalent to around 700 billion in 2023. Now, high crime rates shave off roughly 1 percentage point of our potential annual growth, because business these days reinvest in security budgets instead of scaling operations. I've heard this, I've seen this in some of your comments. Perceived lawlessness drives up the cost of capital and deters foreign direct investment, further stalling job creation and innovation. Large portions of national and provincial budgets are allocated to justice, policing, and corrections. Financial institutions and other regulatory entities must invest heavily in anti-money laundering systems and compliance teams, raising operational costs. Financial crime disproportionately harms vulnerable communities, eroding their assets and trust in public institutions. And maybe most recently, South Africa's inclusion on the FATF grey list in 2023 has raised scrutiny on our country and imposed higher due diligence and cross-border transaction costs. This slows down trade. The bottom line is that financial crime in South Africa is more than a law enforcement problem. It is an economic drag and an economic burden on every one of us sitting in this room. 10% of our GDP, with cascading effects on our growth, public finance, social welfare. And let me repeat what some of our colleagues have already said. This is not just a policing imperative. You can't solve this problem simply by strengthening the investigative capabilities of our law enforcement agencies. So, let's bring it together. Crime has evolved from the streets to the server. Have you ever thought about that? Today, crime is not what it was 20 years ago. Yes, we still face the violent crime, but our greatest threats lie in digital theft, data breaches, insider threat or collusion, and criminals using AI, deepfakes, and crypto laundering assets. Today, we face what I call hybrid criminals. They understand finance, they understand law enforcement blind spots, and they know technology better than most people sitting in this room. I see Kiro there, he's smiling. They don't need weapons, colleagues. They need Wi-Fi and a weak link into your compliance chain. Now, if what I've said to you scares you, if the use of hyper-personalization of fraud through AI, cyber malware, and deepfakes scare you, let me tell you, you've seen nothing yet. We will soon be introduced to quantum computing. Now I'm fully aware when the experts in the room may tell me, well, the qubits at scale are still several years away, but hybrid quantum classic approaches are already under development, and in a very short space of time, it's going to be available. This technology is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it will absolutely obsolete any form of encryption, safety, or capability you will build into anything that you have. On the other hand, for the defenders that sit in this room, it produces unmatched analytical speed and a path to create unbreakable communications. So, two sides of this equation. If we act now and start thinking about how we architecturally design things, we stand a chance. If we're going to lag, we are dead in the water. I'm almost there, wrapping up. Colleagues, our institution's response must match the threat that we are facing. My personal mission is to transform how we think about crime prevention, and in particular, the tools that we use to respond to it. We cannot respond to a criminal whose weapon is Wi-Fi with a gun. I know KZN, they don't use Wi-Fi there, so they are busy there using other things. But for the guys that are busy emptying things out, the economic gangsters, you need to have another alternative. Maybe the most important realization today is that we no longer can act alone. Back in my day, there was this notion that, the state is fully capable and we can do everything on our own. You don't need to tell us. You just need to give us the lead and we'll solve it. We'll analyze it. We'll understand it. Today, this ecosystem is far different. Private-public partnerships that leverage our best effort, and some of our colleagues earlier on spoke to the work that was done to combat ATM bombings, where we put our best effort, our best technology together, and work jointly to respond to the threat. Therein lies the solution. And despite the gravity of what I've shared, because often people tell me, listening to you talk is so depressing, I'm not sure. I want to tell you, I'm extremely optimistic. Because we are starting to understand our gaps. And we're beginning to embrace innovation and become far more open for collaboration. I think later on, Graham is going to speak to you about innovation and collaboration. But for once, I see the possibility of our tools catching up with the threat if the correct people are leading some of these things and thinking innovatively about it. Colleagues, this is a setting where many of you here represent businesses. Yes, it's a retail business, but nonetheless, it's business. It's Milton Friedman can be credited with saying that the business of business is business. And the social responsibility of business is to increase profits. So the mere fact that so many of you are sitting in this room discussing crime means that this topic dominates the conversations within your own organizations, and that you've put away the need to purely focus on making profit, but also come here and act collaboratively and in concert to deal with the issue. So that in itself is a win. Let me wrap up by saying crime evolves and so must we. Better tools, deeper collaboration, and unwavering resolve. Now, I like the way the General wrapped up when he spoke about this is our country and there's no other place for us to go. I think I'm going to wrap up on a similar tone and say, let us not be the generation that merely responded. Let us be the generation who disrupted and the generation that innovated. And maybe most importantly, let us choose to be the generation that restored trust in society. I thank you.
Very scary stuff. And on that somber note, I'll just take one question from the room and one question online, if you don't mind, because I've been asked to say that this is a space that most people are not familiar with. I must share, for me, I'm very familiar with it. 2 months ago, it happened to me. You can't be vigilant enough. You're right, they know everything about you. The number that comes on your cell phone is almost exactly the same like your bank, And guess what? My bank said, sorry, nothing we can do to help you. You should have answered this type of question or just put the phone down. And they get you at your most vulnerable when you're not. So, yeah, so one question from the room, please, and another one online. Any question? Okay, we'll move over to online. Bridget, anything online? Okay. There is a question online. You can carry on.
Hi, Nebo, thank you. It's from the previous sessions. So our first question, it says, please advise what your actual challenge is with the security of the retailers. So that's from our previous session. Thank you.
AB, can you take that one very quickly? It probably had to do with, and I think it came when you were referring to that the retailers are facing, the security challenges from a retail perspective.
Okay, so as the previous speakers already alluded to, the fact that the retail industry is a soft target, and there are various challenges that they face as an industry. It's very difficult to put it in one block because the topic that we just had now, financial crimes, also affects the industry. The next topic that's coming up, which is cybercrime, also affects the industry. So this takes it all back to the point that there needs to be collaboration between all the players, from private sector, security service providers, retailers, so that we can come up with solutions, as Nishal indicated, and try and be one step ahead going forward to ensure that the industry's threats are addressed. In terms of regulations, the new CIRA regulations were released for comment, and that has also become a serious threat to the industry because the industry is heavily reliant on private security services. And if you read those regulations, it's going to make it almost impossible for retail and business as a whole to protect themselves against crime in this country. So as an industry body, we did do a submission which has been forwarded on behalf of the industry, but I believe that security service providers did submissions and lots of other businesses also put in submissions. If those regulations are passed, it's going to be Christmas for the criminals because the challenges that we would then face to protect the resources within the industry is going to be way too much.
Thank you. General, I think one of the things that we will do is to forward at least the Consumer Goods Council submission on that, on those regulations, because like AB says, you know, it's prohibiting private security companies, as an example, to carry guns in public spaces. You cannot protect the movement of goods when you do not have armed security guards. It will be Christmas. You cannot pay SASSA grants on SASSA dates because, as you know, the majority of them now are paid at retail stores without private security guards that actually are armed. It will be just a devastating thing. So we will share it with you, General, so that, you know, you see and possibly help advocate for, you know, us to work in collaboration to see how we can actually come up with solutions that are fit for purpose for everyone. Moving to the next session, Nishal, thank you very much for an insightful presentation. We'll go to, and I think I'm going to get it right now, I'm wearing my glasses, nature and extent of cybercrime in South Africa and its impact on the value chain. Dr. Kiru Pillay from the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kiru Pillay. I'm from the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies. I manage the National Computer Emergency Response Team. We call it the Cybersecurity Hub. And maybe just by a show of hands, has anybody heard of the Cybersecurity Hub? Right, about 3 people. She's generally about 3 more people that I normally get answering that question. But that's just a kind of illustrative of the way we address cybersecurity in the country. And yeah, and I'll talk about that more a little bit. So when I was doing this presentation, I had to kind of look at some of the stats around the retail sector, stuff that you guys know really, really well. But it needs to provide, I used it to provide some context for what I'm about to say, right? So if you look at the global retail sector, worldwide retail sales, astronomical numbers, right? 30.6 trillion in 2024, projections of about 35.8 trillion, and that's US kind of sales, right? So I'm going to go through this rather rapidly. I generally speak fast. I've been told to cut it down to 15 minutes, so you should hold on to your seats. In terms of the South African sector, so again, we're looking at 1.61 trillion in 2022, growing to more than 4% in 22-27, driven by inflation in economic recovery, key sectors, food, grocery, homes, health, beauty, etc., right? So stuff you guys, I think, understand fairly well. Key distribution channels, hypermarkets, supermarkets, and, those kinds of channels. In terms of why I think this is important, I want to provide a perspective from criminology called routine activity theory, right? And I think it's important. And routine activity says crime takes place when you have a likely offender, and we have plenty of likely offenders on the internet, right? So we don't have there's no problem with that. When we have a suitable target, and my argument is that we have a suitable argument because the retail sector is so big, everybody has to buy something, and so the suitable target then becomes, exponentially large, right? And then we have the absence, and the theory says the absence of a capable guardian, and a capable guardian can be anything. It can be a firewall in your institution, it can be awareness training for your clients, it could be what I want to talk about, a collective holistic issue from the Consumer Goods Council in terms of cybersecurity, and what I'm arguing for eventually is the emergence of a computer emergency response team for the sector, okay? Is what kind of grounds my argument going forward. So what is cybersecurity? Academics can get quite philosophical about this. There's no clear definition, but it refers to a body of technologies, processes, and practices designed to protect networks, devices, programs, and data from attack, damage, or unauthorized access and use. Okay, so fairly simple understanding, definition. The topic I was given was spoke to cybercrime, right? And I've kind of merged it into something called into cybersecurity, because there are 2 sides of the coin. And again, it gets fairly complicated and complex when people start talking about cybersecurity and cybercrime. But the simple definition is cybersecurity is preventative in nature, right? We want to prevent, we want to promote resilience, we want to promote hygiene, we want to promote good practices, and cybercrime is after the fact. We haven't managed to do that. It's now a criminal matter. We hand it over to the general, and the entire value chain around the criminal value chain takes place, right? So we want to get to the point where we prevent it rather than the judicial value chain has to then kind of step in. So if you look at how these cyber crimes have emerged, in the 1960s, 1970s, we had these huge monolithic computers, right? And the crimes there were around confidentiality, integrity, and availability. We call them the CIA triad. So we worried about information. In the 1980s, with the proliferation of laptops and consumers buying these laptops, the crimes became more kind of focused around those kinds of things, right? In the 2000s, we call this era around Web 2.0, where we start talking about social media platforms, where the interaction wasn't one way anymore with the internet; it was 2 ways, and then the crimes became more human focused, right? Now, if we look at 2020 onwards, the crimes are complex, they are hybrid, to Nishal's point, and they are multi-spatial, right? You know, we sometimes talk about cyber-dependent crimes and cyber-enabled crimes. And cyber-dependent crimes mean old-fashioned traditional crimes like kidnapping, but moving into the digital world, right? And they become cyber-enabled crimes. So the sophistication of the attacker has increased exponentially, and attackers have to be right just once, right? But as a defender, you've got to be right all of the time, okay? So if we're looking at the kinds of threats, I think we understand this misconfiguration, inside the threats, which is probably a big thing in your industry, and we call them threat vectors. But the threats we are facing are ransomware, malware, botnets, missing security patches, and things like that. A couple of years ago, an organization called Black Axe was taken down in South Africa, right? Black Axe emerges from a West African country that shall remain unnamed, but they're an organized crime group, right? And they're an organized crime group, and they were taken down in collaboration with a couple of law enforcement agencies, international and local. But the organogram on your left shows you the structure of Black Axe. So they've got a national body, they've got a recruiter, they've got CEOs, they've got people who provide discipline. So it's an organization, and that's the kind of things that you guys are going to be facing, all the entire country is going to be facing, right? The impact of these, I think we understand these fairly well. It's financial losses, reputational damage, it's legal implications. I have to state that our legislative framework is nascent, it's emergent. There are big gaps in our legislation, but regulatory imperatives are going to become more important, right? Loss of intellectual property, business loss, and business disruption. Maybe one example is probably illustrative of a person who had sold a house, and we know if you sell a house or buy a house, there's always a conveyancer involved. And this person had engaged a set of attorneys, and those attorneys had sent an email to her requesting a payment of, I think it was 5.5 million, I forget the details now. But that email had been intercepted, and she had sent the money to the bad actors, right? So in her mind, she had paid legitimately. She went to the courts because the only recourse was the courts. The courts then, it was the precedent said that the law firm was now responsible because of negligence, right? And they would have to pay the 6 million. The court has gone back to the courts, and I think there's an appeal. What I'm saying is, at a very broad kind of level, right? It is becoming very important that it's not just reputational damage and financial loss, it's becoming a fiduciary duty for boards to understand the implications of cybersecurity issues, right? Then to talk about board, right? We look at King 4, and I think King 5 is emerging. And the board has some specific responsibilities now, right? The proactive monitoring of intelligence to identify and respond to incidents, including cyber attacks and adverse social media. And I'll just pull out for a couple of things. It is integration of people, technologies, information and processes across the organization. It is integration of technology and information risk into an organizational-wide risk management structure. And cybersecurity is a risk issue, right? It is a risk issue, and it is nothing more than that. Proactive monitoring of intelligence to identify and respond to incidents, including cyber attacks and adverse social media events, okay? So that's the board's responsibility in terms of King 4. And while King 4 may not have any obligations in it, it is a framework that many organizations adopt, okay? To understand cybercrime in the retail sector, all right, and why these threats are emerging more rapidly now is that retailers, you guys collect, process, and store increasingly large amounts of customer data, including personal identifiable information and credit card numbers, right? Many retail businesses are hybrid of brick and mortar and e-commerce, right? And e-commerce is going to become increasingly important in Africa with the African Continental Free Trade Area and the passing and the promulgation of the Digital Trade Protocol, right? It is use of near-field communications, it is digital systems, you know, this digital transformation journey that many organizations are on, where it increases the threat surface. Vendor risk, you have extended supply chains, but you also have disintermediation of the supply chains, right? Software vulnerabilities, and things like lack of point-to-point encryption and technical matters like that. Phishing remains a primary attack vector in the retail industry, right? Accounting for 58% of incidents. I'm cautious about quoting these figures, so I've put the sources down so you can actually see the original sources. But phishing generally, even outside of the retail sector, has become one of the primary threat vectors. And there's variations of phishing. You have spear phishing, and you get what we now call business email compromise, okay? Brute force methods were responsible for 92% of credential access attempts. So brute force is just pure computing power, right? So I would be able to guess using a brute force attack many passwords in this audience, right? So how many of you have passwords that incorporate your children's names, even if it's spelled backwards? Or your date of birth or their date of birth, right? So brute force attack is a trivial problem for a computer to solve, right? The most trivial is a dictionary attack, where the computer would go starting with A and AA and AB and AC, and then it would guess your password, all right? So brute force attacks was one of the methods. 16% of ransomware incidents targeted businesses in the food and beverage retail sector, right? The most prominent ransomware groups targeting retail sector is an organization called Lockbit, right? They've been in the news recently. And there's a thing called advanced persistent threats. An APT is when the attacker is within your system, right? He does not exfiltrate any information, he stays in your system, sometimes for months, right? Harvesting information, right? Until he's ready to actually make a move. And we call them north-south and east-west attacks, where he kind of gets all of your sysadmin type details, right? So what can we do, right? So I'm not going to run through this. I'm just a couple of points. Most of it is technical in nature, but at the bottom is security training. Security training, and I don't like using cliches, is probably the lowest hanging fruit, right? In terms of awareness training for anybody who sits behind a computer, the ability to identify a phishing email, ability to identify things that just seem out of the ordinary, right? Coming back to where we are in South Africa, right? In South Africa, we have a legislative framework, like I said, which is probably at best nascent, right? We have something from 2015 called the National Cybersecurity Policy Framework. It is our roadmap for cybersecurity. It is our vision document. But policy frameworks in South Africa often don't carry obligations, right? What we expect to happen from the policy framework, or any kind of policy framework, is for there to emerge legislation. And our obligations are embedded in our legislation, right? And in our secondary legislation or regulations, right? So we have a national cybersecurity policy framework, which is arguably aging, right? We have the Cyber Crimes Act, right, which has been promulgated, but the original bill went into Parliament as a Cyber Crimes and Cybersecurity Bill. So it tried to address both sides of the coin, right? Our legislative making process in South Africa is very transparent, and there was a lot of comments from the private sector around the cybersecurity elements of the bill. And those relate to essentially what we call critical infrastructure or critical information infrastructure. Systems that are deemed to be so important to the national sovereign security of a country, right? And the pushback was around government necessarily needs to have some kind of overview or purview of these systems, right? And the pushback came from essentially saying, the regulations were probably too broad or too stringent. And so Parliament, taking into account those sets of comments, there were about 200 pages sets of comments, passed the bill as the Cyber Crimes Act. So what it means is we do not have a set of legislation that addresses cybersecurity. And those two things are distinct. What it means is when it comes to cybersecurity, there is an inability to regulate and I know regulation is a difficult word for a government official to say in public, but there's a need to regulate, to embed standards, and to create some kind of set of protocols, right? So what it means is that much of what happens in industry is by the carrot without the stick, right? Again, difficult words to use, but so it's a matter of being mature enough to understand the need to address issues of cybersecurity, because there isn't a piece of legislation that's going to address this, okay? So from the legislation, from the NCPF, the cybercrimes emerge. We have a cybersecurity bill that's in draft, right? Probably a couple of years before it's promulgated. We have POPIA, which looks at issues of data, personal identifiable information, and the information regulator, which is mandated by POPIA, has now more teeth, right? She has fined the Department of Justice, who funds the information regulator, 10 million rand for some kind of breach or some kind of negligence, right? So certainly having more teeth. We've got the Film and Publications Act, which talks about child protection, and we have traditional ECT, Criminal Procedures Act, and those kinds of things. In terms of regulations, the general sitting right here, but we had the cybercrimes regulations and standard operating procedures that are being built. And in terms of national strategies, we have the National Policy on Data and Cloud, right, which my department released in 2024. So those are the kind of things that we have currently. What the NCPF does do, and this is my important part of the presentation for me, right? What the NCPF does do, it says there are certain institutions that need to be established, and we call them computer emergency response teams. And there are two in particular that are really important, right? There's an ECS CSIRT, right? Computer Security Incident Response Teams that sits under the State Security Agency that is responsible for the public sector. So when a public institution gets attacked, like the Department of Justice or Department of Communications, or a provincial department or a state-owned entity or a state-owned company, it is the role of the ECS CSIRT to go there and try to mitigate, remediate, and kind of recover from those things, right? So a national CSIRT is exactly as a SOC, as you would understand a SOC, but it has cybersecurity kind of a mandate, right? So more, less more strategic rather than ingesting logs and things like that. You have the Cybersecurity Center, which hasn't been established, but it's meant to look at critical information infrastructure. And we've got the Cybersecurity Hub under the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, and that's the one I manage. That is responsible for the private sector, meaning, and again, not responsible, some kind of relationship with the private sector, right? And that relationship is embodied with MOUs that we sign with industry bodies, like SABRIC, like Nishal's SABRIC, Payments Association, the financial markets infrastructures, we're talking Reserve Bank, PASA, BASA, those kinds of organizations. And these sector CSIRTs here, right? These are the organizations that we think are best placed to address cybersecurity issues at an industry level. Because the attacks that industries face are homogeneous, right? The attacks that the mobile operators face are certainly different from the attacks you may be facing, right? And that's the reason that we encourage the establishment of these industry bodies, and some of them are legislated. So you get the Internet Service Providers Association, ISPA, which is mandated by the ECT Act. But many of them are industry bodies, right? Where industries come together and say it is better to collectively start addressing these issues. And SABRIC is probably one of the more best examples where the issues of governance and rules of engagement have been kind of worked out. And so collectively as government, we don't then approach 27 or 23 commercial banks. We deal kind of engaged directly with SABRIC, all right? So we've had some success. We've managed to establish something called COMRIC, which is the mobile operators. We've established a civil aviation authority. And my parting shot is that probably, the time's right now for a Consumer Goods Council to start thinking about some kind of homogeneous entity funded by the industry that's sole purpose is to look at issues of cybersecurity and how to counter the threats that you are facing. Okay. I'm going to stop there. I imagine they would share this presentation, but there's some technical issues around how CSIRTs work. and what's happening in terms globally. But so my parting shot is, that's the main purpose of my talk was to say, I've looked at the Consumer Goods Council website. There are issues talking about crime. I don't specifically, and this is not a criticism, I don't specifically see issues of cybersecurity being addressed. And I think that my appeal would be to maybe for the bigger organizations within the Consumer Goods Council to come together and start promoting this idea of some collective capability for the sector. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pillay, as if you read our minds. You know, because I was talking to AB there when you mentioned the King 4 and now going to King 5, is that we really actually need to think about how we empower our boards and actually prioritize some of these crimes that are very foreign to some of us. With that, the last speaker before we have lunch, Brigadier Emma Sekgole, as you come up, she's going to talk to us about kidnapping and extortions and extortion at economic sites. Very, very interesting topic as well. I told Brigadier she's the one standing between us and lunch. And I know she is well prepared to actually take us through the next session. And then thereafter, we'll have lunch for about half an hour. And then, you know, come back here. So, Brigadier, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director, for the opportunity. I just want to greet my boss, my National Commissioner, General Fani Masemola, all generals present, all the executives, all partners in the fight against crime, and ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brigadier Sekgole. I am responsible for transnational crime investigation. I repatriate stolen motor vehicles from neighboring countries, and I also do mutual legal assistance in terms of the law of this country of 1996. The matters that are not dealt with by DPCI, all those matters, they come to me internationally and within the region of SADC. My time is short. I'll go straight to the presentation without waste of time. The purpose of this presentation is to provide overview of the extortion at construction site, kidnappings, and update on the interventions to curb the crime trends in the country. Introduction. South Africa's construction industry, which is a significant drive of economic growth, development, and employment, has seen a rise in crime elements known as the construction mafias and extortionists. Construction sites, ranging from small business to large-scale projects, serve as a prime target for these organized crime syndicates. Their tactics include extortion, violence, intimidation, and disruption to advance their objectives. Furthermore, South Africa is increasingly experiencing emerging new kind of criminality in the form of organized groups targeting economy sectors like small foreign-owned businesses, the taxi industry, households, and the construction sector in general. These groupings have organized themselves into units as local business forums and have invaded various sector sites across the country, demanding money or stake in development projects, and also demand protection fees from small business, schools, transportation schemes, and households. This impacts negatively on the economy, infrastructure, development, including investors' confidence. These disruptions undermine service delivery, and development through the delays and threats of violence. It further threatens the livelihood of society at large. Background. In March 2019, the South African Forum of Civil Engineering Contractors, SAFCEF, an industry body representing JSE listed, non-listed, and emerging contractors, wrote to the presidency expressing their grave concern that construction projects worth a minimum of 25.5 billion are being violently disrupted and harm the investor confidence in the Republic of South Africa's economy. The State President of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, in his State of the Nation address in February 2020, announced that he has prioritized government's response to the growing problem of criminal groups that extort money from construction and business. The State President reiterated the damage caused by the extortion on our economy and directed that stringent measures be put in place by law enforcement agencies. This led to the establishment of a specialized police teams which were directed to tackle this threat. The combating of extortion and violence directed at economic sites, especially the construction sector, is one of the deliverables of the National Development Plan 2030. The Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster, JCPS, has been tasked as an implementing agency in this regard. Definition of extortion. Extortion comes a long way. This is historical. It's a common law crime. It is unlawful and intentional obtaining of some advantage, which may be patrimonial or non-patrimonial in nature, from another by subjecting the latter to pressure which induces him or her to hand over the advantage. Modus operandi. How it's been done? There will be invasion of construction sites by heavily armed individuals who threaten individuals and families. They demand for the community employment at 30% share, inclusion of small, medium, micro enterprises, SMMs in projects, forceful demand for the tenders and protection fees, intimidation, threatening of constructors to ease their duties at construction sites, threatening of business people to pay funds for security so that their businesses are not disrupted or destroyed. Violent conducted resulting to murders, attempted murders, barricade roads, forced shutdown of construction sites, theft and armed robbery of constructors' equipment, or criminals demands payment for graded or construction machinery to be at construction sites. Destruction of water infrastructure so that they continue to offer or supply water under municipal contracts. Extortion typology. We've got construction sector. Construction mafia disrupt construction sites across the country where they present themselves as an emerging business forums. Mining sector. The mining companies like Anglo-American PLC, Glencore PLC, and Sibanye Stillwater Ltd are targets for groups demanding as much as 30% of their lucrative procurement contracts, often with little offer by way of skills and service. The other one is security sector. Security companies involved in government and private business are targets where this group demands 30% of the contracts, or otherwise threats are made to security guards and managers of the business. Extortion typology continues. We've got transport sector, bucket system by chairpersons of association, taxi drivers or owners approach scholar transport and demand a share per load. Business sector, protection money is being extorted from foreign-owned businesses, spaza shops, petrol stations, and even backyard dwellers who have jobs, particularly in townships. Municipality, these groupings storms into boardrooms while the bid evaluation committee, BEC, meetings are in session and demands tenders and threatens supply chain management officials. The next one is a vulnerable community. The extortionists are targeting vulnerable community groups like the disabled, blind people, road accident fund, pension payouts recipients, where they identify them and extort money from them. Informal farmers and certain vehicle type owners are also targeted to protection fees. Operational approach. Organized crime can be prevented, combated, and investigated as a measure of project investigation in the form of multidisciplinary approach. I like the previous speakers who mentioned collaboration and coordination. In other words, this is not only the police job, it's the community's jobs, including the police, to fight crime. So hence the multidisciplinary approach that includes all security clusters, government departments, private institutions, financial institutions, non-governmental organizations, and non-profit organization stakeholders. The approach also requires proactive approach based on criminal intelligence, threat analysis, identification of syndicates, and criminal grouping. Searching, interviews, interrogation, evidence collection, and preservation are the requirements to fight this crime. Useful tools to determine organized crime links are informants, surveillance, undercover investigation. This includes disrupting, dismantling, and neutralizing syndicates involved in identification in identified organized criminal activities utilizing unconventional methods, undercover operation, electronic surveillance, and use of informants. Also to involve asset forfeiture unit to address seizure and confiscation of illicit proceeds of crime and utilize the services of placing critical witnesses under witness protection program. Operational approach, it continues. In order to address and cap the identification threats, the integrated multidisciplinary approach must be implemented as follows. The approach is based on the method of integrating all relevant disciplines: operational analysts, information collectors, investigating officers, forensic analysts, ballistic analysts, communication analysts, digital forensic analysts, designated firearm officer, combat operational support from subs into a centralized command center. We have the command center in the South African Police Service. Establish dedicated capacity from the stakeholders, for example, NPA, prosecutors and witness protection programs, correctional services also part of us. Analysis of the docket and compilation of each docket, action plan by the operational analysis and investigation officers. This is to identify repeated offenders, modus operandi, new trends. Allocate the case dockets to teams made up of 2 investigating officers or more individual investigation not recommended to address this gauge. Operational approach also continues the team leader to meet with the investigation team on weekly basis with the assigned prosecutor. I will jump this one. Operational approach continues. Proper implementation of Pillar 4 is investigation that includes organized approach. In the environment of organized crime. So Pillar 4 is our environment. We've got 5 pillars, starting with crime intelligence, and then we come to visible policing, and then detectives, organized crime, and communication. Optimal utilization of investigation aids, proper crime scenes management, coordination of the fingerprints, process and other forensic leads, evidence for identification, crime in case of shooting incidents, analysis and examination by experts in support of the investigation, that is ballistic analysis, digital forensic analysis, and Section 205 data analysis. I will jump this one because of time and go straight to the hotspots in the district hotspots. We've got in KZN 20 for these extortion cases. We've got 20 districts, and in Western Cape we've got 10. In Limpopo we've got 5. In Mpumalanga we've got 2. Eastern Cape we've got 6. In Northwest we've got 3. In Gauteng we've got 9. Collaboration approach with business. I indicated that we have to work together, and we've been working together with business people to fight crime, and we cannot fight crime alone. An integrated national priority committee on extortion was established in August 2024, made of the public and private sector. The purpose of the priority committee on extortion is to direct collaborative efforts, experiences, skills, and resource to curb the scourge of extortion in the country. I'll jump this one. These are the stakeholders. It's a list of them that we are sitting with them on a regular basis to engage, exchange information, and then we fight together to fight this scourge of extortion. The work stream. The work stream consists of training and development, stakeholder engagement and awareness, Prevention of Organized Crime Act, which covers most of the incidents of organized crime activities. We've got the law, the POCA Act, legislative review, SAP and the NPA, information management, case management, because we maintain the record of all the incidents and the outcomes thereof. These are the work streams. Work stream number 1, information sharing. Number 2, case management. Number 3, training and development. Number 4, stakeholder engagement and awareness. Number 5, POCA, like I indicated, Prevention of Organized Crime Act, which is we are using that legislation to deal with organized groups. And then the last stream is legislation review. Investigative capacity. Component Organized Crime Investigation has established extortion investigation teams in all 9 provinces to combat, prevent, and investigate extortion and extortion-related cases. The new approved SAPS organizational structure of SAPS made provision of extortion units within the component organized crime investigation. So now they are spread all over all the 9 provinces. They are there. Right? Incidents in April 2019 and 31 March 2024, the total number of reported extortion cases across South Africa reached 6,056. Gauteng was the highest contributor, recording 2,284 cases, which accounted for nearly 38% of the national total. This province saw 828 arrests and 45 convictions, highlighting a significant level of extortion activity. The Western Cape was second highest with 1,476 reported cases, 683 arrests, and 36 convictions, making up approximately 24% of the total reports. Nationally, these reports culminated 2,383 arrests and 177 guilty verdicts, with Gauteng and Western Cape being the highest contributors to the national figures. These two provinces alone accounted for over 60% all reported extortion cases in the country. Extortion at the construction site counted for 1.89% of the reported extortion cases. Centralization of all extortion dockets, engagement with the Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutors on the centralization of dockets yield the following directives. DPP has engaged all the DPPs for prosecutorial guidance investigation. All outstanding extortion dockets are presented to the NPA. There is continuous engagement based on the outcome of the docket analysis. Interventions at hotspots areas. We've had this Operation Silapa at Eastern Cape, because Eastern Cape was the first province to come up with this sketch, alarming us. The national multidisciplinary deployment based on the 5-pillar approach, the one that I've mentioned, in Nelson Mandela Bay and OR Tambo. 104 members were deployed, including detectives and crime intelligence. Key objectives was threat stabilization with arrest. Successes recorded, seizures and arrests. Extortion hotline. National hotline was established in October 2024. Western Cape hotline was established on April 2024, and Eastern Cape hotline was established on August 2024. The hotline were introduced to facilitate speedy reporting and response to incidents. The hotline resulted in the arrest of several suspects and averting stoppages of the project. However, there is challenges experienced by the hotline of prank calls. People are just calling us for the sake of calling us and are making jokes sometimes. And this is serious because these are the resources involved when we deploy. People verify the hotline number and reporting of extortion and unrelated cases. For example, during this financial year, the Eastern Cape province, a total of 5,119 calls were received, of which 3,049 were false calls, 1,614 verification calls, and 767 extortion unrelated incidents. So people, they're just playing games, and this is the war. Measures to be effected. The prank calls, public awareness campaigns, educate the public. We are educating them. We've got a toll-free number, 08600 10111, and the others, there's a lot where the people, we trying to educate them. We are doing also the awareness campaigns. We are also engaging the social media. We are also marketing the hotline, this hotline I'm talking about. We are using internal communication, broadcast, as well as media relations. And we put strict measures to deal with prankster on all our speeches and media statements that relate to the use of hotline. Kidnapping, this is the last commodity. I will jump this slide and go straight to the types of kidnappings. Ransom kidnapping, victims are kidnapped with intention to extort money from the family, either in the form of cash or bitcoins. Tiger kidnapping, robbery involves two separate crimes. The first crime usually involves an abduction of any person or thing someone highly values. Instead of demanding money, the kidnappers demand a second crime be committed or on their behalf. Express kidnapping is a method of abduction where small, medium ransom is demanded, often by the victim being forced to withdraw money from his or her ATM account. And it's happening with the robberies nowadays, where they say, give us the app. Give us the app, we want money. They kidnap you because they want your money. Visual kidnapping, fake kidnapping, perjury. Kidnappers pretend as if they were kidnapped, as if they kidnapped your family. And it happens. They lie to us and say, I was kidnapped. Meanwhile, maybe they want to take the pension money of the gogo or whatever. And they lie. They say they were kidnapped and they were not kidnapped. Pride kidnapping, marriage by adoption or marriage by kidnapper, is a practice in which a man abducts a woman he wishes to marry. This is happening in the rural areas, especially in Eastern Cape, still happening. And KZN. The unit investigation and the crime trends. These are the units that are dealing with kidnappings in Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, Western Cape. DPCI is included. CI crime investigation is also investigating. Why? Because due to capacity, these cases are going in Northern Cape. They are going to CIS and OCI. In some instances, they go to DPCI, depending on the seriousness and the agreement between us and DPCI. Because we are multidisciplinary. Kidnapping incidents and hotspots. These are the hotspots. Eastern Cape, the highest to the lowest is Gauteng, with 9,647, followed by KZN with 3,335, then Western Cape with 1,061, and then Mpumalanga with 997, Eastern Cape with 834, Northwest with 834, and Limpopo with 664, Free State with 662, and then Northern Cape with 165. So this is how we were dealing with the kidnappings in the country. The total number of reported cases was 1,159, with 3,524 arrests for the financial year, this financial year. Challenges. Families of the victims do not want to cooperate with the police due to the fact that the suspects might find out and they will injure or kill the victim. Late reporting is a problem by the next of kin of the victims. They don't report to us. They report late when the incident has happened, the money was already been transferred in the bank account or wherever. Ransom payments are done without police knowledge or involvement. Language barriers at times remains a challenge whereby essential information lost will compromise the investigation. Some victims have returned to their countries of origin soon after being released by the suspect. And this is cutting across. It's all the nationality. The people from neighboring countries, they are also being kidnapped. The others are kidnapping themselves. Those Pakistanis, thank you very much for your time and for listening to me and for being good audience.
Thank you very much, Brigadier Sekgole. Colleagues, it's time now for lunch. which will be served, I think, in the cafeteria space outside, just close to the entrance. We're going to have a half an hour lunch and then be back here sharp at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Jared, we're going to cut it very young. We're going to be the first one, very short, because I'm not sure how they're. Jared. Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome back. I hope we are all refreshed after that scrumptious lunch. I must have been very, very hungry because I really overate. I hope it's not the same thing for the rest of you. And I hope it's not the graveyard shift. So without further ado, we're going to move to the next session of the day. And we've got just two more, sessions, starting with the one now, the very topic that I think is keeping us awake at night. I know I'm looking at Ntate Molokoto from BAT, who will tell you that 60% of tobacco in this country now is illicit. And then if you look at the liquor guys, 22% of liquor is illicit. How do we reverse these gains? So very interesting topic that I really would like to hear myself. So it's called the impact of illicit trade and counterfeiting on the retail value chain. And I'm going to call up our speaker, Jared West from Spoor and Fisher, to speak to us. And then Jared will lead us to the next session where there'll be a panel discussion. Thank you. Over to you, Jared.
Good afternoon, everybody. You're right, so my name is Jared West. I'm a partner at Spoor & Fisher, and I've got the no small task of giving you a brief overview of counterfeiting in South Africa. I mean, it's impossible to do in 15 minutes, but I'll do my level best. So unfortunately, counterfeiting has been coined a victimless crime for the longest time. It's a blue-collar crime, kind of a commercial crime, right? Nobody pays too much attention to it, doesn't cost a lot of lives in the greater scheme of things. And lately, especially on social media, TikTok especially, there's a lot of publicity about this at the moment. It's being normalized. We are being desensitized to counterfeiting. They're saying that all bags are made in China, but the brands are putting a brand on in Europe and then saying it's made in France and charging 30,000 Rand for it. So, I mean, it's all over TikTok. You can just click and check it for yourself. But is it a victimless crime? Some people in this room was present on this particular day back in 2019 when a simple enforcement effort against counterfeit footwear and bags and so forth went horribly wrong. And then you ask yourself, but how victimless is this crime? This is the police doing their jobs, trying to enforce IP in South Africa. And there we went. And a lot of people got hurt, so certainly not victimless. It is an organized crime. There are syndicates operating in South Africa and abroad, especially in the East, dealing in counterfeit goods and making enormous amounts of money out of it. Now, I was personally involved in this matter in Durban, didn't catch a lot of airtime, where known terrorists and terrorist organizations were caught in Durban dealing and manufacturing counterfeit goods to fund their terrorist activities. The US put out the ISIS-Cell notice about these particular two brothers, and unfortunately no terrorism charges were stuck against them. The only charges that we could get through the courts and on admission of guilt was the counterfeit goods charges. And these guys walked away with 130,000 Rand odd fine. So unfortunately, SARS doesn't give us a lot of stats. Now, stats is what everybody looks to. What is the state of counterfeiting? SARS doesn't release a lot of stats. The last time they did was in 2018, and those are stats only relating to OR Tambo and only for the first 6 months at OR Tambo. So ignore the biggest port in Africa, Durban. Let's focus on OR Tambo and look at these shocking stats, right? So more than 1.7 billion rands worth of goods were detained at the airport. Count up all the narcotics, the currencies, cigarettes, CITES, rhino horns, etc. Combined, times 10, doesn't make up what the counterfeit goods were in the first 6 months of 2018. I would probably add 30% to this as a current state of play. This is 6 months at one port of entry. Social media trends. Guys, you can buy anything on Facebook Marketplace now. It is anonymous. The person doesn't hold the stock. They can place an order, it gets shipped directly to the end supplier, they get the money. Zero risk, absolutely anonymous. Facebook Marketplace, Instagram, even Twitter, you name it. Those portals have been great. They take down the post, you open a new one, you can open a Gmail account with very little, and you never see the stock, but you get all the money. TikTok, next level, and they don't care. They will say that they do takedowns, they don't. You can scroll and buy things directly from China by the truckload at zero risk, and it's on an open platform. Now, these are some of my stats. So these are stats, not enforcement. These are not police statistics. These are our investigators going without the police to small retailers. So going spaza shop to your kind of smaller retail outlet, giving them warning notices and asking them to voluntarily deliver up the counterfeit goods that they have in their possession, right? So these are about 12 different brands, ranging from FMCG to clothing and footwear in 3 years. So this is kind of 2021 to the beginning of now 2025. You can see there that we got close to 1 million items from 3,000 shops. That's enormous. Spaza shops, small, 2 by 2 meter stores, right? But what is interesting and what I want you to pay attention to is the nationalities of the people that were owning these businesses. Of the 3,180 businesses we visited for these 12 odd brands, close to 40% were Ethiopian, 20% Bangladeshi, and 12% Pakistani. The South African numbers, less than 2%, right? Let's go brand specific. This is an FMCG brand, only on their underarm, roll-on. So we took 214,000 items from 6,000 businesses. Again, look at the nationalities. We're looking at more than 50% Ethiopian, then Bangladeshi, Somali, and Pakistani. Again, South Africans, less than 2%. Males, predominantly, right? And you can see the problem is spread out across South Africa. Every single dot is a shop that we visited. The size of the dot depends on the amount of goods we took from the shop. Let's look at the mobile phone accessories market. And there you have more than, well, close to 78% being Pakistani foreign nationals. Some of them legal, some of them not. So you can see that every industry is dominated by a particular ethnicity, if I can put it that way. Let's go to the toys and games. Small quantity of shops, there's not a lot, but by far the predominant nationality were Chinese foreign nationals running those businesses. So each industry is dominated by a specific ethnicity. So let's look at some current trends. Importation, transshipments, big loophole in South Africa at the moment. So that's a container that comes into Durban, but it's destined for a landlocked country, Botswana, Zambia, Lesotho even, because they don't have a port of their own. Our enforcement agencies cannot touch that container because it's not destined for South Africa. But what happens is the container is simply diverted into South Africa, it never goes to Lesotho, it never goes to Botswana, and it ends up in Joburg CBD. Groupage consignment, so we find 10, 12 importers bringing in goods in one container, smaller quantities, to kind of diversify their risk. If you bring in a full 40-foot container, you're losing it if customs stops it. But if you share the risk between 12 or 15 of you, hopefully it gets through and you don't suffer such big losses. Small passes through the airport, that's your typical kind of TikTok orders, Shein orders, those sort of things. And then smuggling through the key land borders. Mozambique is absolutely porous, even on our side of the border, and trucks are coming through on a daily basis with vast quantities of counterfeit goods and then ending up in Johannesburg, which is the main distribution hub. From a local manufacturer perspective, yes, we do, in as much as South Africa is a kind of a country of importation for many different reasons, we are seeing a lot of local manufacturing as well. Joburg CBD will have footwear being printed with labels on, but on the FMCG side, and I'll show you some case studies on that, cautious of time, we are seeing a lot of the manufacturing taking place sometimes in secure estates. There was a manufacturing facility for yeast running in Woodhill Golf Estate, affluent area, right? Would you believe it? Storage, registered storage facilities where we all keep our extra furniture, they keep their counterfeit goods. Manufacturing old, like desolate places, golf course, clubhouses that aren't used anymore. We found a spice manufacturing facility, I'll show you that in a second. And then in remote residential areas, I've been to some of the most remote areas that nobody would ever find. You will never find them even if you do your best efforts. And the only way we are finding them is through luck, fluke, ignorance. You know, I'll show you some examples in a second of, you would never find it, the best investigator in the world wouldn't find these premises. And they are running massive manufacturing facilities pushing counterfeit goods into the local market. So this was the very first one for the spices back in 2016. And because the Chinese are notoriously bad employees, one of their workers who weren't paid for 3 months or something went to the local police station and said, guys, there's a spice manufacturing facility running at this beautiful house in Wolmaranstad. 7 bedrooms, massive braai area, all turned into a spice manufacturing facility. We closed that down. 2 years later, the next one opened, but now they split the manufacturing from the storage. So there was a house for storage and there was a house for manufacturing. We luckily found both, again, by fluke and ignorance. Then they moved to Meyerton on the plots, kind of a similar modus, and then the golf course clubhouse that was being used for storage of spices. And as recent as 2 weeks ago in Rustenburg on a plot, we found a manufacturing facility for Shield and Nivea. And these guys were, I mean, they had the capabilities to manufacture about 15,000 to 20,000 units in that house at that given time, ran by a Chinese foreign national, the laborers were Mozambican, they all disappeared. So, and the odd thing here is, again, no investigator could have done this, but somebody returned a bike that was stolen. And he looked at the house and he said, this is interesting architecture. And he walked and he looked at the house and he looked into the house and he saw 3 Mozambican nationals sleeping on the floor amongst all of the counterfeit goods. They ran out the back door, and that was the end of the story, but we managed to get all the goods. So now, at this stage, we are waiting. Where's the next one going to pop up? And we simply don't know. So some key takeaways, I think, from hopefully something that wasn't more than 15 minutes. Counterfeiting is one of the most prevalent crimes, although it is so well disguised and clandestine. And we're battling to find the big manufacturers and the kingpins. And there's not one kingpin, guys. There's 10 or 20, 30, maybe 100 kingpins. You can't say we have to go after one guy. There's many organized organizations running these operations. The bust of counterfeit good operations get little to no airtime. You see a little bit of Facebook, airtime when the police makes a post, and the comments on those posts are sometimes so negative, like, police, why are you focusing on counterfeit goods? Why don't you go after the murderers and the rapists? Like, guys, there's specific units in the police dealing with specific things. This is this unit's job. They're doing a fantastic job. Support them, don't criticize them. Counterfeiting is a syndicate-driven operation. It's not an individual crime of necessity. Yes, the street vendor selling 2 pairs of sunglasses to feed his children, we get it. But he is the very last user in a big chain of somebody making billions of rands sitting at the top. Chinese manufacturers are spreading false narratives to normalize and desensitize, especially our youths, against counterfeiting and the risks and kind of, I don't know what the word is, we should be appalled by it, but they're making it normal. And then counterfeiting is a crime dominated by foreign nationals. You see in the stats, this is not a xenophobic thing. It's not a negative, it's a fact. We've seen the shops, 2%, less than 2% of these shops are South African owned. And then the fiscus is losing billions upon billions of rands in lost revenue. These guys don't pay VAT, they don't pay their duties when they import, certainly not when they manufacture. And all that money could be spent much better for a country that needs money, as opposed to pushing up our VAT. We can use it for something else. And then counterfeiting is linked to terrorism. That's a fact in South Africa, not somewhere else. On our very doorstep in Durban, there's a terrorist organization that was manufacturing counterfeit goods to fund ISIS. Fact. And nobody can get away from that. So with that very sad story, I will now like to call up my panelists, and we will start a quick discussion on the liquor and tobacco industry and the illicit trade in that. And governments. Gentlemen and lady, I would like to, once it's your speaking turn, I would like to ask you to introduce yourselves. Come on. I would like you to just take 1 minute to introduce yourselves and your organization, and then answer the question. Johnny, since you are the closest to me, I will start with you. Johnny, the illicit cigarette space faces a variety of different issues. You have counterfeit on the one side, you've got illicit smuggled cigarettes coming in through the borders, you have local manufactured illicit cigarettes being tax evaded. Very difficult for legal role players to compete against these unlawful players. So could you please elaborate on the biggest challenges faced by BAT from an enforcement against illicit cigarettes perspective?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jared. And my name is Johnny Moloto. For British American Tobacco, I cover Sub-Saharan Africa. Maybe let me start first because, we always assume that everybody understands what illicit cigarettes are. People often jump to counterfeit. Counterfeit is just a part of it. There are other elements to this. So there will be illicit whites. These are products that we typically don't see in South Africa. But then you also get the biggest chunk of that in South Africa, predominantly, is your duty not paid. So these are tax evaded products. So these are products that exit their manufacturing facilities without having paid any duty, and they sell in the market below what we call the minimum collectible tax. Currently, the minimum collectible tax for a pack of 20 cigarettes is 26 Rand 22 cents. That excludes your retail margins, distribution costs, all your other associated costs. So if anything sells below that amount, you know that it's for sure illicit because you couldn't have made any sustainable business at a loss. So we need to start from there. And what you do see overwhelmingly in the market is that you see products selling for as little as 5 rands a pack. So I'm not too sure anybody that runs a business here or understands how businesses work, that even if you were to run a loss leader strategy, you couldn't run a loss leader strategy to such an extent, especially on your entire portfolio. So currently, by our estimates to your question, Jared, the illicit market is at 75%. UCT, the research unit on excisable economics policy, will tell you that actually it's about 60%. They will dispute our numbers, but 60% as well is still a significant number. Because what it translates to is, by our estimates, about 28 billion. You showed statistics, Jared, that date a couple of years back, except for 1 or 25. We do research every year. So since the past 8 years, we've been conducting year-on-year market sizing research, and it spits out the same information all the time. So with the generals in the house, I can tell you right now, the guys are right here around the corner, the illicit manufacturers, their facilities are right here. Our biggest problem is homegrown. 37 billion market, 1 billion cigarettes illicit, 27 illicit, 6 billion of those from Zimbabwe. That is smuggled product, but the biggest problem is right here at home, 21 billion of those sticks. In terms of how that impacts us, we have seen for the past, I would say, 5-6 years, from 2019 till now, we've had a hit of about 40% of our volumes, because you can't compete with a 5-rand pack where you pay taxes, right? And we've had a 53% hit on our headcount, so staff reduction. So like Jared said, not a victimless crime. So if you want to tell anybody that you're getting a good deal on a pack of cigarettes, ask my former colleagues who've lost their jobs over the past 6 years. So this is not a victimless crime.
Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, listen, certainly very difficult to enforce against those kind of statistics, right? Johnny, I want to follow up with a single question, if I may. Do you, and you called out the generals in the room, do you believe that government is doing enough from an enforcement perspective to maintain BAT investing in South Africa?
So I'll answer that question in 2 parts. You know, there is in some quarters a willingness, and probably so that this is not a lamentation session, we can also share some thoughts and how this problem can be overcome, because it's a much bigger problem than just law enforcement, or at least the police at the moment. I think the efforts that are being taken are not really fit for purpose in terms of dealing with the current level of criminality that we have. The police always do raids, they seize, but I think that's just scratching the surface, because the law under which they enforce, this is the Customs and Excise Act, which is really the preserve of SARS. So that makes enforcement quite technical in terms of you can seize product, but you can get challenged by the illicit players in terms of the technicalities of how you enforce that raid, right? Whereas SARS also has minimum resources to be able to do what they needed to do. We know the stories. 2018, the New Gen Commission, how the capacity at SARS was denuded and so on. But we have always said to SARS, you know, go back to basics. You did it in 2019. You can actually easily go and monitor production, because you know the facilities. They are all around you, in a 60K radius. You can actually go there and put customs officials in those facilities. In 2019, we saw illicit trade dip for the first time in years, and the legal industry pick up some volume, and the fiscus gained about R1 billion more in just 3 months, by the way. That was just an operation of just 3 months. So I would say that one of the things that do require to be done is the implementation of a change in policy in the form of a minimum retail price, so that when SAPS enforces, there can be no challenge if you say anything selling below 35 or 37 rand, wherever the number may be, it's definitely illicit. You're not going to even contest that. But at the moment, it makes it a bit cumbersome. So I will quote the commissioner in 2020 where he said, this is a problem that's bigger than just SARS. It's about all the law enforcement agencies. It's an all of government solution that is required to be able to do this. So I don't know if I have covered your questions.
Thanks, Johnny. And then the NPA to actually get the prosecutions through, right? At the end of the day. Shamal, I want to come to you and pose a similar question to you from a drinks perspective now, from a liquor perspective. Could you elaborate, well, introduce yourself as a start, and then elaborate on some of the initiatives and strategies and collaborations that you guys do from an enforcement perspective?
Thanks, Jared. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shamal Rumesa, and I'm from the Drinks Federation of South Africa. For those of you that are not familiar with our organization, we'd like to think we are the umbrella body for the entire alcohol industry. Recently formed entity and doing a lot of work with all different categories of alcohol itself. Before I get there, Jared, maybe I could tease the audience with a bit of latest research that we produced from Euromonitor International, which is tracking specifically illicit alcohol in South Africa. And it wasn't shocking news to know that both the volume and value of illicit alcohol has increased significantly since their last report in 2017. But what was striking in that report is that counterfeit alcohol has become now the number one form of illicit alcohol in South Africa, and it's overtaken smuggling, which used to be, number one before. But the horrendous thing is we are now investigating what are the constituents of these counterfeit alcohol. And we have the likes of Otto and other soldiers in the field who bring us confiscated samples, and we've sent them into labs. And they're being adulterated with absolutely horrific chemicals, methanol being one of them. And for those of you that have been following the news recently, you'd have noticed, our very own South African artist and his wife recently died in Vietnam from methanol poisoning that was alcohol laced with methanol. We had those 4 beautiful young lawyers in Laos that passed away with shooters laced with methanol. We found in South Africa that the ratio of ethanol to methanol in these counterfeit examples are beyond human consumption. And the harsh reality is, and we're having a chat about it during lunch, is that people are dying in South Africa, but it's underreported. So what are some of the initiatives that we are doing? We believe, similar to what Johnny said, is that this is not just an issue that requires government intervention. We like to call it a whole of society approach. Purely because the syndicates have become so sophisticated, the operations have become so huge in magnitude, that it requires even public support in terms of reporting where these crimes are being committed. But it requires proper intelligence. It requires holding hands of the manufacturers who are more than keen to stand up and volunteer their resources towards combating this type of crime in South Africa. Some of the projects that we are working on, we are looking at trying to structure a task force, which requires the whole of society approach that we speak of in order to get better intelligence, but more importantly, to make arrests and get better prosecutions. And I feel that's really where we're lacking in the country. Because of the lack of prosecutions or severe penalties associated with counterfeit alcohol, the guys that are doing it, either spending no time in jail or paying laughable fines and getting away with it and starting it again the next day. I hope I answered your question.
Thanks. Yeah, to your point, we found a counterfeit operation in Pinetown last year for one of our clients manufacturing cognacs, and he was buying the empty bottles from Shabines and so on for R7 a bottle, filling it with something similar to Coke Zero and a couple of colorants and ethanol and methanol. And on our quick calculation, he started in COVID, he made about 14 bar in 4 years, tax-free. So, and he's caught, and we hope to get a good conviction on that one, if possible, as a deterrent factor more than anything else. Kurt, if I can come to you, your organization walks in similar circles from a liquor perspective. I want to put a question to you that might be interesting. If you had from your organization's perspective, had a wish list of 3 things that you can ask government for, what 3 things would you want them to change to make your lives easier as an organization?
Thanks for that question, Jared. My name is Kurt Moore. I'm with SALBA. SALBA is the South African Liquor Brand Owners Association. We are a trade association which represents predominantly spirits-based or spirits producing and importing companies. I think Shamal touched on it earlier. The real challenge is one that's very peculiar for spirits in particular, and there's a few reasons for it. The value of the tax. We had discussions this morning about the taxation. It's 94 and 46 for a bottle of spirits, but you find products being sold in the market for mid-90s, 100 Rand. You haven't added VAT to that. Thankfully, VAT is still back to 15%. And then the cost of production is not even factored in the cost of distribution, and those products are selling. And similar to what Johnny mentioned, they can only be illicit. If you think of the daily challenges, we are busy with, we work with law enforcement in particular, SARS and SAPS, and we have a coordinated approach to dealing with raids so that we can work together with them. Otto at the back is key in providing intelligence that supports the police. And in the raids, we also do some significant amount of training, not only of law enforcement, but also of retail. We've done some training with Lucky Ntimani's members. We still have some work to do with retail because apparently only 4% of your respondents are concerned about illicit trade. But and I think the problem is a little bit bigger than that. But if I had a wish list, and Shamal is responsible for the big policy changes, but some little things. Again, it speaks to the prosecution, and prosecutors are under-resourced. They don't understand technical legislation such as intellectual property laws. And you have a pile of cases this high. If somebody offers a admission of guilt and you just laughable. So if we can increase penalties, it has to become a deterrent. I mean, this is a business that we've all established is not, that we've all established is linked to organized crime. It's not a victimless crime. And you can walk off with a few thousand rand fine. And those are the things that need to change. We often experience when we work with police, going out to do raids, product is confiscated, but the process is pretty technical. And a few of the larger manufacturers have guys on their books who can help with affidavits. Most of my other members have the sales manager who comes out there, and simple things such as allowing trade associations, for example, to write and assist the members with drafting affidavits, because then it gets to the prosecutor, and it's no longer just a few cases because there's only one complainant. It's a lot more cases, and then we walk away from that with a conviction that sends a deterrent out to others. So those are some of the smaller things that we could potentially change, but dare I say, excise is just way too high.
So I mean, your wish list could effectively be summarized as a single unit made up of SAPS, the police, SARS, the police, and prosecutors dealing with specifically with this industry and its crimes.
Absolutely, that will go a long way to assisting us.
Great, thanks, Kurt. Amanda, I have not forgotten about you. I'm coming to you. Lucky, I want to come to you. So, I mean, your organization is made up of many of the smaller informal retailers who may willingly or knowingly or unknowingly be selling illicit goods, right? Am I more or less correct in that? What steps do you guys take to educate your retailers, and do you think that kind of education is working, number one? Is it effective? Or will they continue to sell even though they know what they're doing is wrong or crime?
Thank you, Jared. My name is Lucky Ntimani from National Liquor Traders. So we represent small informal traders that operate as taverns in the township space. We estimate it to be worth about 50 billion rand in value per annum. The issue of illicit and counterfeit of alcohol is a serious problem for us. I think it is serious on the basis that our traders cannot believe that there actually can be such a thing as counterfeit alcohol or even illicit alcohol. And I had a very interesting morning when I dropped off my son at school, when he asked me where I was going, and I said, I'm going to present on counterfeit alcohol. And his shock was, is there such a thing as fake alcohol? And that is actually the reaction that we get from our liquor traders. They simply do not believe that anyone can actually sell them fake alcohol. In fact, they pride themselves in getting cheap alcohol so that they can make better profits, unbeknown to them that what they're actually buying is fake or illicit alcohol that should not be sold in a premises that is not fit for human consumption. So we have done some kind of programs working together with Salva, as well as Diageo and Heineken Beverages, where we found that awareness was actually critical in ensuring that we change behavior, but also educate our liquor traders to understand what are the differences between what is a real bottle of a real liquid and what is fake or illicit. And we've seen some positive change along those parts of the country where we've initiated some of these initiatives. But we believe that more can be done. Our biggest worry is also driven by the fact that our neighbors in Mozambique, almost sitting at 73% of illicit. East Africa is sitting at about 64% or so. So we are now at least at about 22%. If illicit and counterfeit alcohol in South Africa was an industry on its own, it will be in the top 3. So it will be just SAB, Heineken, and then illicit. So we are dealing with a big monster, and the people that are behind this have amassed so much wealth that they are able to build, manufacturing plants where they're able to produce products that even some of the brand owners are even finding it difficult to tell the difference between what is real and what is not. And we're seeing this culture also move into the formal on-premise space, where, if you buy alcohol anytime after 9, they do what they call SIM swap. So they'll give you something, whereas you have an understanding or expectation that you are being given what you actually paid for. So this culture is now moving not just at the tavern level, but also moving into the formal on. And that's where brands are made. So if brands are being destroyed at that level, we can imagine what will happen on the ground. So, we call on manufacturers to actually invest more in awareness programs, awareness campaigns, because failure to do so will soon be the next Mozambique.
Now, Johnny, you'll probably agree, cigarettes was also at 20% at some point in the past, and now we are at 65 or 70 or whatever the current percentage is. So maybe the liquor industry is in a lucky position that it's currently at 20, and it's something that needs to be kind of nipped in the butt before it gets out of control as the cigarette industry has. Amanda.
I thought I'm just here to look pretty.
Not at all. We want to hear your thoughts. So Amanda, and I'm not asking you to speak on behalf of government, but as the DTI, you sit here and you listen to the challenges that these multinationals and these national organizations are faced with on a daily basis. What initiatives are the DTI putting together to assist? You are the Department of Trade and Industry, and this is primarily trade and industry. What are you guys doing to assist, one, the nationals, but also the multinationals in South Africa?
Thank you, Jared. I'm Amanda Luetheringen, and our mother department is the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and I'm working for the CIPC, which is the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission. And we register intellectual property rights in companies, but my main area that I take care of is the anti-counterfeiting illicit trade strategy for the country. So I've been listening very carefully to BAT. I think we had a meeting with our newly appointed minister earlier this year, where we talked about the challenges. Intellectual property is an additional to the illicit trade crime. You have to infringe a trademark as well. So, and I was listening very attentively to all of you mentioning the impact of these crimes. So we can no longer just look at it through one lens. We have to collectively look at the illicit trade area, the applying of trademarks without authority that makes it a counterfeit, the tools available in that space. So from the CIPC's perspective, and we are a rather small government agency that is self-funded, and we play a very strategic role, not only on a national level, but also in the international space. We're looking at other countries' best practices. We are facilitating talks through our African Continental Free Trade Agreement with countries like Mozambique and Botswana that borders on our borders. So we have a role to play in terms of making sure that we build capacity for our law enforcement partners, that we ensure the collaboration channels are open between industry and the enforcement agencies. So we've also done a bit of research, and I know we are pressed for time, but you can always reach out to us afterwards. We've done research to look at the impact of the trade in counterfeit clothing, leather and footwear products on investment coming into the country and job creation. And that research study is available if you're interested, to look at what are the real things that we should be doing differently to try and get the results that we want, a decrease in the illicit trade environment and an increase in legitimate trade.
Thanks, madam. All the mic, please. I know one of your key passions is training, and you do a lot of training to law enforcement agencies. We've done some magistrate training, prosecutor training with you, and I think we need to really expand on the prosecutor training because, I don't want to be in a position where the dockets are lined up because the prosecutors simply don't know or are not familiar with the commercial crimes or they are scared to take them. I want them to not push for an AG. I want them to go for the kill and kind of get convictions and jail time if possible. I know in commercial crimes we seldom get that, especially from a counterfeiting goods perspective. But do you think there's room for maybe training of a specific group of prosecutors that we can familiarize them with all these elements?
Jared, it looks like you've read the memo that I've just sent through. So it is a very fragmented system. The national prosecuting authorities, they've got very different rules in different provinces. We have to train on that level, the entry level. We can train nationally, but we have to go down into rural areas where these crimes are committed and train those prosecutors. So the strategy that we're now going to engage is to look at the mentoring that happens in the court level. So these mentors take all the new prosecutors on board and they then guide them through the systems and the prosecutions. So we have been training them together with our police officials and hoping that we get the right prosecutors there. Now we will be training the mentors in the different courts, and they will have the resource documentation readily available that should new prosecutors come on board, there's always a mentor that can show them the ropes. So that's one of the strategies that we hope would assist in getting these convictions and the penalties. Just lastly, we're also focusing on the magistrates because mostly they are the ones that need to understand the impact of this crime so that they can give us the penalties that will deter the criminals.
Thanks, Mena. We are virtually out of time, but I wonder whether there's maybe one, maximum 2 questions from the audience or online that you would like to pose to the panel. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kifilo from Adam Rocks. I own a brand, the gin. It's called Adam Rocks. So my interest is on the alcohol, because now I'm stuck between distribution, and I've been told about the bonded transport and the VAT on my side. So it's a bit of confusion, and it seems like I don't know my story. And one is saying if I'm using bonded transport, it means I'm dodging from SARS. I don't know. And then I had a session with SARS on Saturday, and they say, if I'm not going to transport, I must not charge VAT. So in terms of the alcohol, that's the clarity I would like to get. Thanks.
I guess everybody will look at me. Yeah, look, I'm not exactly sure what's the situation. I mean, if it's an imported product, it should stay in a bonded warehouse until duties are paid, but you say you were told not to pay VAT. Perhaps we can take that offline, but I mean, a bonded warehouse is for imported goods. It stays in there. Once excise duties has been paid, then it gets moved into the open market, and then you can sell it legally, but perhaps we can have a chat later.
Good afternoon. My name is Juliet Miabo. I'm from an organization that works with township and rural retailers or entrepreneurs. It's called TEDCOSA. I'm going to focus on the cigarette, and I know that cigarette advertising is not allowed in our country. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges because growing up, I'm not promoting your business, but growing up, you always associated with Peter Stuyvesant with something that's positive, as an example. So now there's a vacuum, which then makes everyone else to monopolize the space. But are there opportunities, that is my question, are there opportunities outside direct advertising to promote the danger of counterfeit or dangerous cigarettes? Because I've seen, I had a tenant at one point in one of my cottages who used to smoke some cigarette, I don't know what it's called. Within 6 months, that whole room, it used to be white, turned orange, just from the smoke. Literally the walls turned orange from the smoke of that cigarette. So are there campaigns that can be done just to raise awareness from the health perspective, because 5 rands means your life, you know?
Thank you very much for the question. I think this is really a government role in terms of, doing their bit in terms of the awareness. From our part, I think it's critical that we comply with existing laws. All our packs have your warnings. That speaks to the dangers of cigarettes, and this has been on for years. Hence, you no longer have advertising of cigarettes, right? But I suppose there's also a role for us to play. If we are going to say, government can do something about this, we need to create awareness. Don't get me wrong, we don't for a moment try to portray the image that smoking is healthy. Don't get me wrong on that. That's why we have warnings. Hence, we also trying to improve ourselves to reduce the impact of our business on the health of our consumers by producing alternative products, which speaks to regulation. And currently there is a tobacco control bill being consulted upon, which hopefully will provide those alternatives. Unfortunately, where we're standing, we're not seeing any openness on government side to do evidence-based regulation, right? And one of the key concerns, now that you've raised this point, I'll take this opportunity to abuse this platform with Amanda being in the room, because she raised this issue around brand protection and IP protection. Because one of the things that the government is seeking to do is to do plain packaging, which is the worst thing that you can do in an illicit market such as ours, because it commoditizes the brand, you lose the brand equity, and it makes everything to be just about price. And once you do that, you erode equity, you play a pricing game. That will further turbocharge illicit, which is not the most ideal situation that you can have. But it's a point well taken. That means if there isn't much that we are doing to create the awareness about the dangers of smoking, we can only do it about the dangers of smoking in general. We cannot compare one brand to the other to say the illicit is more harmful than the legit brands, right? But in terms of our part, we play the role that we're supposed to play as a compliant business to put all the required health markings here.
Thanks, Johnny. Thanks to the panel. Amanda, I don't know if you want to
Just a quick one. I think you raise a very important point. And just after COVID, we actually had a joint campaign about the harms of counterfeit goods and how it impacts on your health. And that assists in terms, I think Philip Morris was an integral part of that campaign. And we focused on counterfeit vaccines that was real for everybody. So if we pool our resources in terms of creating awareness, we can have big wins for all the international brands and nobody have to actually say, I have a counterfeit problem, and then suffer further reputational damage. So thank you for that good point.
Thanks, madam. Thanks, panel. Appreciate your insights. If you need that.
Thank you very much for that interesting discussion and great question. I must say that it's an opportune question because as the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa, last year, November, December, and the campaign finished at the end of February because of funding, amongst other things. It's called checkered hiding. It's not easy. Checkered hiding, I need Jim. Checkered hiding, Reka Magoya, which means check the product and buy the real thing. So the Demoloto and our members, I think this is an opportunity for us with stakeholders, including government, that we actually put some resources into having real programs that educate and create awareness. Because if the wall can turn orange, I can imagine the lungs of the person that's actually inhaling. So with that, we're going to move to the next session. Last part, one session of the day. I have the privilege of calling on stage Lieutenant General Mtombeni, who's with the Gauteng SEPS, who will give us the public sector view, government's view of the value of public-private partnerships in combating crime. And thereafter, I'll ask Dr. Graham Wright to come on stage, who will also give a 10-minute presentation. So it's 10-minute presentation each, followed by a panel discussion that will be led by Dr. Wright. Lieutenant General, if you can please come up on stage.
Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. Firstly, I would like to incline myself with Sir Winston Churchill that the nation will find it very hard to look up to the leaders who are keeping their ears to the ground. The essence of this opening statement is that as a leader, you have to have a vision, more so when it comes to crime combating. And therefore, in delivering the value of a public-private partnership in combating crime, I would like to pass the greetings on the absentia of my National Commissioner who have just left. And of course, I see the General seated in there. For the sake of time, I would like to say the speakers, the panel members, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to stand on the protocol which have been previously observed. Firstly, it is an honor, Consumer Goods Council, that you have invited me to come and speak on this seminar, and of course, emphasizing on the private partnership in combating crime in Gauteng, as we know for the fact that Gauteng is the economic hub of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, in advancing of today's theme, which is a public-private partnership in combating crime, we are, of course, pursuing the government's objectives. Why I'm saying that? I'm saying this because we know, more so for Gauteng province in terms of the crime statistics, within the country, Gauteng accounts 26.5% based on the third quarter crime statistics which have been released. And the other provinces, they are below 20%, more so the bigger ones. And it is a well-known factor that the crime get committed against the community, and therefore communities get affected in different forms. For example, the losses which they get, they suffer. And of course, some of them, they experience horrendous crimes which are committed against them, like murders, your robberies, burglaries, motor vehicle theft, and of which, at the end of the day, these affect the South Africans of their hard working. So, in order to deal with the scourge of crime in South Africa, more so the province of Gauteng, I would say that it is very important to ensure that we link up with the whole government approach which was approved by Cabinet in 2022. This relates to the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy, of which this is linked to the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, with the vision of pursuing Chapter 12 of the National Development Plan, where the community have to feel safe and really safe. I have to put the emphasis of feeling safe, and here one has to indicate that we have to focus on the outcomes of the feeling. Why I'm saying this, when we deploy more resources in a specific policing area, the community feels safe. We know for the fact that, on the other hand, people will expect that there has to be a decrease of the numbers. But the sense of feeling safe within the province or within the Republic of South Africa
It is very important. Having said that, in terms of this, the whole government approach, one has to indicate that there are 6 pillars which underpins this, the whole government approach. I'll quickly run on it. That the first one, the way I've put it, is integrated governmental programs. Yeah, as a province, we ensure that we create stability within the province, which necessitates the interaction through the provincial joint intelligence structure. Out of that, we know we're having a lot of challenges in Gauteng. We're having the issues of taxi violence. We're having, when we come into the exams, there's those challenges of relating to the exams. So we have in the priority committees, which reports to the Prof Joints, of which I chair or co-chair. Whilst saying this in terms of this approach of intergovernmental programs, we are having the integrated workforce which we have from different government departments. For example, in Gauteng, we have in the traffic police, we having a total of 4,074. The 3 Metro Police Department is over 10,000, and of which the municipal local traffic officers, almost 300. Added to that, we're having Gauteng traffic wardens, which is over 800. I must indicate these also bear the fruits of cooperative agreements signed between the 3 metropolitan municipalities, which is Ekurhuleni, we had this on the 8th, Johannesburg and Tshwane, we had it on the 10th, which was led by the Minister of the Police, Honorable Senzo Mtunu. And furthermore, the Premier of Gauteng, Honorable Panyaza Sif, further facilitated the inter-boundaries agreement with the 3 metropolitan municipalities and 2 local municipalities. I think it's a few weeks back, of which these strengthen that partnership. We have in this early childhood development. In this case, we have to take care of our younger ones, as we know that they're the future leaders of tomorrow. And of course, we have to take into consideration certain acts like Children's Social Welfare and Children's Act. The third pillar is for creating a safety through environmental design, of which here we have to look on the local, provincial, national in terms of the lighting, cutting of the grass along the routes, of which localities M1, R101, N1. And the criminal justice system, we know how it's getting rolled. We, as the South African Police Service, we move towards in terms of collating the investigation, and then we take these dockets to court, people get convicted, and out of that, we have some sort of convictions which they serve in the correction. Pillar 5, this is where the public partnership is coming for. Here we're referring to Community Policing Forum. We have our structures. This is linked to business against crime. Dr. Wright is here. The E2 project, of which the National Commissioner have signed a memorandum of understanding. I must say that based on this public-private partnership, security industry, based on the information which we got from the PCRA, they are very much helpful. We're having over 217,000 of this, and 7,102 is the companies. And of course, we're having the community in blue. The community in blue, we are of course having over 9,000. Siavangena patrollers 550. And of course, we're having a victim empowerment, of which is having a victim-friendly facilities, of which we are taking care of. And though we're having a priority in terms of the station, but we're covering the entire province. I must indicate that with the last crime statistics, though we know for the fact that there are issues like a governance, public safety and justice survey, which reflect that this is the feeling about the community. They don't feel that safe. But I must indicate that for the last quarter, this province managed to reduce the 17 community crimes by 6.5%, translating into 7,563 counts. And further than that, contact crimes on the subcategory, we have decreased it to 2,398. And this is because of these partnerships of which we are having. Not forgetting the issues of the gender-based violence, as I have to conclude because my time is running out. We know for the fact that in terms of the gender-based violence, we have on that quarter managed to arrest 1,168 sexual offenders and of course, we presented 221 cases where 142 offenders were sentenced to 65 life sentence. I must just indicate that there are some programs which we run on it. And lastly, we have the Premier of Gauteng who's dedicated, who have also initiated a collaboration effort with the security industry business community with the process of a purification of most wanted suspect. And this meeting initially I attended with Dr. Wright, with the Deputy Minister of Police, Deputy Minister Matal. In this case, we managed to identify 442 wanted suspect purify, of which this list is not limited to murder, cash in transit, carjacking, truck hijacking, business robberies, ATM bombing, kidnapping, of course, extortion. As for now, we managed to take down 137 of these suspects, of which 15 of them we had fatalities as they exchange fire with the police. As I conclude, distinguished guests, we know that our mandate as law enforcement agency in collaborating with the stakeholders is clear. We are making inroads as we remain committed and resolute in doing everything in our power to make sure that our communities are and they feel safe. As it is a well-known factor that crime affects everyone, the call is upon all of us to gear up for the whole societal approach as we move together along the mountains, the rivers, the valleys, as we know that the road to success is always under construction. Moving along on this route, those who are on the wrong side, I must indicate that they will, of course, feel the heat as we are pursuing the frontiers of #CrimeMustFall. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General. It's very interesting to hear Lieutenant General also refer to Dr. Wright, which shows that the partnership is real, that the public and private partnership collaboration is actually at play. What did you say about the road to success? It's always under construction, but let's make sure that we close that gap to make sure that we actually get to the end goal. With that, Dr. Wright, if you can take the stage. Business Against Crime.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you, and afternoon, everybody. Afternoon, General and General Pienaar. We want to congratulate you on the good work that you're doing and the progress you're making. We saw the stats earlier. Gauteng is the only province that is green all the way through, so well done. Keep up the good work. I just wanted to share a few slides before we call the panel up, just to talk about partnerships in particular. Before we do, there was a reference made to 2002 in the Consumer Goods Council establishment of the Risk Initiative. I think the only person that's active AB at the moment is Doug Smolin. Is that correct? As the original founder of that Risk Initiative. So Doug is very active and we thank him for that. Doug was the leader, in fact, of that Risk Initiative and included, I think, 5 or 6 organizations who are all part of the structure now So we thank them for their commitment. But it does illustrate a point that partnerships take time. I know the risk initiative went through a process of consolidation over that period of time, and it's matured now to the point where it is at the moment. So we just want to commend the Consumer Goods Council and the members and the participants of that risk initiative, which is a very important building block of the fight against crime. So if we can just go through a few slides, perhaps I need to work this. I just want to share some thoughts on the value of a public-private partnership, just to build on what the General has been talking about. If you look at it holistically, since 1996, when Business Against Crime was established, the partnerships have evolved over that period of time. So BAC is now, next year, it's its 30th anniversary, and it still maintains a deep commitment to support government and business in dealing with crime. What we have learned, though, is that partnerships are alive and well. We're not short of partnerships, but what we need now, in the period that we're living in, is we need to have scaled up impact of those partnerships. And I'll explain in short term how we can actually achieve that. So the public-private partnership is the most strategic tool for the country in dealing with its fight against crime. And that does not exclude communities. It's that whole of government approach that the General was talking about, which is critical to resolving crime. But we've got to be focused, we've got to be aligned, and we've got to broaden our scope and deal with the issues, many of which have been alluded to today, which have been going on for many, many years. Somehow we've got to deal with them, and that's really the big challenge. So if you come back to the partnerships that exist, I've just put a few brands on the slide. I didn't want to, I hope I haven't offended anybody by not putting their brand there, but I know the liquor industry, for example, is deeply involved. But from our perspective, we'd include them at this point in time under the Consumer Goods Council. So each of those initiatives coordinate within their different structures and segments of industry, and have done and are doing a fantastic job. I think there's the important part of this is structure and the commitment of the different industries to support a coordinated industry effort in their particular sector. I think SABRIC is probably equal with you, AB, in terms of longevity. I think they were established in 2002 as well. The others have come on stream as time has progressed. And there's others that are not there. The E2, as has been mentioned, pulls in the private security industry, and that's a massive force multiplier for the police. Apart from providing boots on the ground resources such as helicopters and so on, I think the intelligence and the information on syndicates through those operations, through the private security industry, has been critical. So we'll get more information from Grant on the SATASA later on in the panel. But most of the sectors, in fact, have got partnerships arrangements. And what we need to do now is to pull those partnerships together to get it to the next level. So these are delivering results. They are operational, and they are tangible results that is making an impact on a day-to-day basis. And I've been involved with AB in the risk initiative with the members over many years. And if you're involved, you can understand the level of commitment of those industries and those companies and the level of resources that go into it as well. So we can really just commend that level of partnership. If we look at the next level, I just want to give an example of something that's emerged in 2023 at the insistence of the President. You would probably know by now that the President established a partnership between government and business, and the prime purpose there was to look at those three areas: energy, transport and logistics, and crime and corruption. And the purpose there was to harness the skills and resources of business to help government to improve in those particular areas. That was established mid-2023, and we've been through a process since then with government partners and with the President and with business partners as well. This is a President-led initiative. We meet every two months or so with the President, and we deliver together with government progress on the initiatives once they have been defined. And I must say, those initiatives have been very tightly and clearly defined in terms of focus. So you would know as citizens the impact that that has had on electricity load shedding in particular, and the process continues. The same holds for Transnet and issues around the ports, the rail corridors and so on. A lot of detailed work that's taken place in those areas. And then on crime and corruption, we focused on those three areas on the right-hand side. They're dealing specifically with key skills that business can bring to help support government in dealing with the FATF issue in the one case, and then also with state capture, complex state capture crimes that need to be resolved. And then the last area is the essential infrastructure, which covers energy, Transnet, but also we're introducing now the mining industry, the retail industry, water, and others, the telecommunications industry, for example, into that mix. So that's a NatJoints-led initiative. We have our first meeting with retail, although AB's been representing retail for the last year and a half, but the first in-depth meeting is happening tomorrow. And it's a detailed unpacking of the retail industry, how it operates, because part of our task is to educate law enforcement and the intelligence community as to how the industry operates, what drives the industry, and what are the threats and risks that industry faces. Very important that law enforcement understands that. Then we will go through the process of looking at infrastructure-related matters in retail, and then how is the industry dealing with it, and what should the government be doing on its side as well. So it's a rigorous process, and we're going to be holding both industry and government to account as partners. We hold each other to account in terms of these are the areas you want to focus on, and these are the outcomes that we want in this period of time. So that's taken it to the next level. It's been very detailed and granular in terms of what you need. And it's not just a friendly conversation anymore. It's saying, this is what's required. Do we agree? Let's work together to do that. And then also, these are the skills and the resources we can deliver from business, and what are the resources from government that are required. Acknowledging that resource limitations exist on both sides. Business is extremely resource constrained, but we have key skills, and we have information, intelligence that we can share. So I just wanted to share that because that's really required to take it to the next level. There's got to be a formal structure, there's got to be leadership commitment, political will. There has to be focused initiatives and outcomes that we need to drive towards. So that's where we're heading and taking it to the next level. To expand the partnership, just some thoughts. We believe that it's this multi-sectoral, whole of society approach is critical. So we, as business, we would like to partner with all relevant agencies inside and outside business, especially non-government organizations, some of the research organizations, or all of the research organizations that can contribute towards this mission. So organizations like the GTOC, the international organization that deals with transnational organized crime, the ISS, the university structures and so on, we want to partner with them and bring them into the fold. We want to mobilize business strengths, and that's really around key skills, the logistics, the data that we have, the infrastructure that we have. How do we modernize the police service, for example, in a very quick time? And there are some very exciting initiatives taking place with the digitization of government services. It's already begun with the Department of Home Affairs, where they've started to digitize the ID system, and that's going to have a knock-on effect on banking and also other services of government. So there are opportunities like that that we can take to enhance the processes within law enforcement. And then lastly, the approach that we're adopting at the moment is to take a very proof of concept approach, where we focus on a specific issue, have a period of time, 3 months, 6 months, or whatever it might be, prove the concept, and then we scale it. And we scale it out and roll it out. So that's really the vision that we have. We already started with some very important initiatives, and we're making good progress on those. And with the Minister of Police leadership, and the openness and the partnership that he's developing with business and also other agencies as well, we're very enthused and see a lot of progress happening around that. So we have to build this national momentum. So I think the key message really is that we have a unique opportunity now, building on the last 20, 30 years of where the country has progressed towards, bearing in mind the crises that we've been having to deal with, the COVID and so on. The opportunity there is now, where we can take this to the next level, but we need to work together to be able to achieve that. And so we need to be coordinating, working together, and we're looking forward to working very closely with the Consumer Goods Council and others, so that we can build on our strengths and utilize the capabilities wherever they fit. So we want to take that journey forward, and the Consumer Goods Council, I'm sure, want to walk the journey as well, as they are at the moment. So that's really just very quickly what I wanted to add. Perhaps what we can do is just call up the panel, and if we can just call them by name and then start the discussion. So it's AB from Consumer Goods Council, David Little from SBV, Advocate Jacob Serebo, is he here? Yep, thank you. And then Grant Clark from STASA. Thanks. Perhaps it's best that I sit down as well. Is that working? Yeah. I think if we can follow the same recipe as before, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself first of all, and then respond to the question. But before we do, Advocate, I know that you've been partnering very closely, very well with the Consumer Goods Council, and we perhaps just some thoughts before we ask some specific questions about the partnership, how you see it working, where is it working, where is it not working, and so on, and just your experience really about working with the industry in general. Thanks.
Good day, everybody. All protocol observed. I think we have been working well with. Oh, okay, sorry. Advocate Jacob Serepo. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, South Gauteng. I am in charge of organized crime portfolio, which deals with variety of crime trends, drug dealing, your damage to infrastructure, organized violence, as in form of where police are killed during robberies, organized robberies as well, where CITs are involved, jewelry robberies. We deal with poker prosecutions. There's a lot. Organized crime deals with a lot of things. And furthermore, I do provide training to the police, to the prosecutors with regard to racketeering, with regard to search and seizure, drug dealing, as well as undercover operations, what we call 252 applications, because those are the topics that mostly relate as well to organized crime. So now, dealing or working with Consumer Goods Council, I think it's quite a good initiative in that now we are able to work closely where now there are issues that they might be having with regard to matters that are in court and matters that might be taken to court as well. Then if there are issues, then we iron them out. Then I'll give advice as well with regards to, what could be done, how it could be done. Mostly, the advice would have been, or rather would be where we're dealing with, let's say with CIT cases. Ordinarily with CIT cases, we hardly have eyewitnesses, and those cases are quite difficult to deal with or to take to court, because the first thing would be that when you have such a matter, mostly in the docket, you will either have a statement made by a police officer, what we would normally call a confession and/or an admission, depending on the contents of what will be in that statement. Secondly, it would be, pointing out where now the suspect would have pointed out, the loot or the money that would have been recovered. Sometimes we would have what we call a discovery, which is more related to pointing out as well. I've dealt with a lot of CIT cases as well whilst I was still a prosecutor, from G4S, from SBV, all those cash in transit companies as well. So we would deal as well with, let's say, jewelry robberies as well at malls. I've dealt with those as well. There was one that I dealt with, which was in the media as well, from Randbeck area, Randpark Ridge, but that is about 10, 15 years ago that I dealt with as well. So ordinarily, when I would give advice, it would be that, let us invest mostly in quality cameras, because there, as well, when they come to the shop or to the store, they would have their caps, to some extent, closing the whole face where you are not able to to see the face. They're concealing themselves, but not a lot. So that, because if they were to conceal the whole face, it will give it to the security around to say, now there's a robbery that is about to take place. So one, if they just pull the cap a bit closer to their eyes, now you are not able to see the whole face, you know. So, but then what would happen that even if you are not able to catch them, you know, facially, what would happen, I would be saying that after the robbery, you study now the scene. Because there could be other things that could be evidence-wise that you could be obtaining from the scene. It could be that when the guy came there, he was wearing a glove, somehow it fell off. He was not wearing a glove, he touched on certain surfaces as well. So you could be getting touched DNA, you could be getting fingerprints. It could be that maybe came while smoking. If smoking is allowed, then he threw away, you know, the cigarette butt there as well. You know, so there are a lot of things that one could do when you know, studying the crime scene, if one was to say that as well. So, you know, it's always good when we are working together, because in the olden days, I think about 10 years ago, SAPS didn't necessarily have a lot of facial identification experts. And what would happen would be that would then utilize experts from the private sector. I always give example where I used to have a robbery. It was at ShopRite in Mayfair, and that happened, I think it was just around, before they closed, around just before 7 o'clock. And luckily, FNB, I think Tini van der Linde, was one of the experts that dealt with facial comparison. And they volunteered him to come and assist in that regard. And we were able to, you know, convict the 5 robbers there. What was of interest in that matter was that the fifth accused rather, the face could not be revealed clearly. So what he did was he did what we call a feature comparison. You know, because now the clothing that he was wearing, the movement, how the suspect moved as well, you know, so that worked wonders as well. So that as well, we could even extend it to the issue of the financial investigations, financial flow investigations, the cell phone analysis. We live in during modern times now, so things are changing. I think it has been said a lot during the day that, you know, crime evolves as well. So now the issue of cell phone analysis as well, we have guys from SBV that are assisting us in one of the Mera case as well. So that comes in handy as well. So for the public-private partnership comes in handy very well, it works well, and we are able to, you know, assist one another as well. Because sometimes we get blamed when now docket is brought to us, somebody has been arrested. So we have to look at the kind of evidence that we have. When you now consider that, can we say that the evidence that we have, is it admissible in court? Because if it's not admissible, then you're going to be having a problem. Even if you place it on the roll, you start a trial. You'll start the trial 9 o'clock, 9:15, it's an acquittal. You know, instead of rather go back, investigate to arrest, rather than to arrest and then investigate, and then eventually have the matter, then you get sued because now you couldn't proceed with the prosecution as well. But we are, you know, we as good as, I always say as well, we as good as our witnesses are. If we have the evidence, we don't have a problem with that. If the prosecutor, for some reason, decline to prosecute the matter where there's sufficient evidence, with evidence that is admissible, we hear. I always tell AB to say, we are here, we can talk about issues, iron the issues out as well. So that shouldn't necessarily be a problem, because unfortunately, we come at the tail end of when things have happened, unless if maybe this was a project investigation, because we are involved in project investigations from DPCI side, from the police organized crime as well, where we get investigations as well. So we are there. We collaboration, not just with the private sector, but with the PCI, with SABRIC, with FIC, with SARS, and all those as well. So we are for the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back to the prosecution side just now. Maybe, AB, when we wrap up, you can maybe just comment on that partnership with the NPA in particular. But what I'd like to do is just go to Grant first on the SATASA matter, and then David Little, because David and SPV have been obviously deeply involved in SATASA and the establishment of SATASA and also where it is at the moment, but also the further support that you offer as well. So if I can hand over to you, Grant, is really the question really is to say, we know you made terrific progress in dealing with the CIT industry. And that partnership within the government and the business sector works very well. So just reflect on that. What has been key to that success, but also perhaps reflect on some of the areas that could be attended to, that's not receiving attention as well. Remember, this is an honest feedback. It's we've got to be nice, but we also got to be truthful and honest where required. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Graham. There we go. My name is Grant Clark, and I'm the head of the Cash and Transit Association of South Africa, SATASA. And Graham, you're right. I think honesty is the best policy, and we need to be honest with each other. We need to be able to look each other in the eye, and say where we're at. And certainly when it comes to cash in transits in South Africa, it's a very high impact crime. You see it on social media. I sometimes relate when I speak to media, which people don't really like, but being very honest, it almost amounts to terrorism. What you see happening in South Africa on our roads, where highways are closed down, people are shot and killed. One of our main objectives in SATASA is the saving of lives, and one life lost is one too many. I always say that. And this year already, we've lost a notable amount of our colleagues within the cash and transit industry, and it's just not acceptable. However, there has been good progress made. I'd just also like to thank, before I forget, the Advocate Jacobs. We also work very closely with your office. I think it's a relationship that we've built up over the last year with the National Prosecuting Authority. Advocate, I know a lot of people always point fingers to say, why are we not getting people into jail? Why aren't we not prosecuting people? And most certainly, over the last year, from an industry perspective, we've worked very close with your officer, and we've got really some good results. And in our reporting, we reflect that as well, to show some of the great successes. And you're quite right, Advocate, it takes a long time because the evidence around the cash in transit scene or the crime scene is not always so accessible. These cases can take up to 10 years before you get prosecution. So thank you very much for that. We're also working very good collaborative partnership we've got with you through Dr. Alice Marie, who's part of my team, and working very closely. So we represent the cash industry, the three major companies in South Africa, being SPV, who are present here today, Fidelity Cash Services, they are founding members, as well as G4S. You might have heard as well, and thank you very much for the representation from Easy Cash here today. Easy Cash has acquired G4S Cash Services in South Africa. So very shortly, G4S won't be in existence anymore, and it will be a company that will be established by Easy Cash, and they will form one of the three big role players in South Africa. So thank you very much for your participation here today as well. We really do appreciate that. Our membership, we've got a lot of smaller members, CIT companies, and we pride ourselves in terms of being the voice of the CIT industry. We speak on behalf of the industry. Our statistical data, we believe, is the alpha and omega. We report on every single crime related to cash in transit in South Africa. We work very closely with our South African police counterparts. General Sekakuni and his office are in contact with our office at SATASA on a weekly basis to clarify crime statistics. There's sometimes a little bit of a hitch with some of the related crimes because we might categorize the crime differently to what the police do. but I think our numbers really do show that we've seen a great decrease in cash in transit crime over the last year, end of last year, financial year, if it runs from January to December for those that run in that way. We saw close to a 30% increase in CIT-related crimes. So we're on a good path. We've got some really good initiatives going. The industry met with the Minister of Police towards the end of last year with a senior delegation of generals from the South African Police Services. We are in the process, I think it's almost finalized now, to sign also a memorandum of understanding with the Minister and the Commissioner in terms of how we work together. I think Graham is right, however, that we've got to start pulling all these things together and start working together, because we've heard today the word collaboration over and over and over, and it's only through a collaborative effort that we are going to address our problems in South Africa. If we don't stand together and we work in individual silos, it ain't going to work. We need to stand together. We need to start sharing information openly with each other. We need to start trusting each other. And this is also from a private-public partnership with the police, with government agencies, that we can shake hands, look each other in the eye and say, let's address this crime. And we really see where that works is when we have these interactions with our counterparts in law enforcement, that we really see the fruition in terms of the crime coming down, as I've just explained now. So we're a young organization. As Graham has said, we were established after 2017. We started the initiative where we had 376 CIT incidents in South Africa. I think we lost about 26 members of staff which were killed in those incidents, tragically. And we started this initiative. Now, these businesses, as you yourselves here today as a Consumer Goods Council, you're in this from a commercial perspective. So crime has a risk has no borders. It's not related to commercial. And we in the industry have adopted that attitude. So working with the companies that I've mentioned, we come together very regularly. We share information openly. It's not commercially related. And we can see the impact that it has in terms of what we see in the numbers. I always say, and I must get this in, otherwise Dr. Alice Marie is not going to forgive me, is that we're number one in many things in South Africa, and I'm a very proud South African. I was actually, when I saw that on the news last night with that plane landing there, I wasn't enthused. But the fact of the matter is that we're number one in many things. We're number one in rugby. Go South Africa, go Bokke. But we're also number one in cash in transit in the world. So South Africa has the most cash in transit related crime in the world. And we really and truly, and our mission, through our partnerships that we've developed and that we will carry on developing, is to bring that down. We were in Brazil about a year and a half ago, and on a mission, we took some South African Police Services senior members with us from an industry perspective with SPV. They kindly invited us to accompany them, and we went over and we saw what a country can do if there's intent. And Brazil having 500 incidents in a year, just one of their provinces, Brazil being like South Africa, a very big country, 13 provinces, but just one of the provinces that we went to, Sao Paulo, was probably as big as South Africa. And the crime was brought down there from 500 to 4 the following year. And it was because of the partnerships that they built within industry and also with their law enforcement agencies. I think we're on track, Graham, we're really on track to doing that. And I think it's, working together, setting up with AB. We work with AB very, very often. We work with the fuel industry. We work with all the agencies, SABRIC, everybody. We all work together. I think there's room for improvement there. And I think the more we collaborate, the more we work together, the more we'll be able to fight crime in South Africa and make us a much better place for everybody and our children to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Has he left you anything to say? But over to you, David. And I must say, SPV, like many other companies, hats off to the efforts and the commitments that you guys have over the years as well.
Thank you, Graham. There's quite a bit left to say. It's a broad topic and lots of different avenues one can pursue in it. My name is David Little. I'm the Chief Risk Officer for SPV Services. We are the largest cash in transit company within South Africa. Annually, we're transporting 1.7 trillion rand on the roads of Southern Africa, and also processing a similar volume. So by volume and value, the largest, and as Grant said, trying to operate in the most toughest environment from a CIT crime perspective globally is no small feat. However, we do enjoy the leading profile when it comes to incidents. We account for less than 1.7% of all the incidents that are perpetrated from a CIT crime perspective on the roads and at the centres across Southern Africa. What we put that down to is, yes, our leading technologies and our thought leadership and innovations that we bring and those uniquenesses about our organisation. But more importantly, and the topic of today is about that public-private partnership. And at SPV, we take that extremely seriously. And we believe that it is a core foundational element to not only the success of our company, but also to the success we're making at an industry level as well. And we take great pride in our relationships. They're built on trust, they're built on ethics, and they're built on delivery. No good just talking about what we're going to do. You need to go ahead and do it. So we put a lot of focus and attention on that. I think when we think about public-private partnerships, we don't just think about it as an intervention. We think about it as a way of work. Within our daily operations, how are we adding value to those public officials that are putting their lives on the line in many instances to support us as an organisation? Likewise, the court cases that go on as well. How are we playing our role to support them to execute their duties as much as they need to support us to do ours? And we take a great pride in those relationships and make sure that we do what we can to support the law enforcement officials and national prosecuting authorities and others that play a role. What we've seen working very well and what's very important is that you focus on crime prevention across that value chain, and that public-private partnerships need to exist at every single junction. It's no good focusing on the front end around deterring the crime when then you're clogging up the system via excessive arrests, and only to cause a problem for our advocate friend on the end there when you've got a whole bunch of prosecutions sitting, waiting to take place, and then evidently what we're seeing out there is that the perpetrators of most of the crime are out on bail 5, 6, 7, 8 times. So you need to focus, and as an industry, we will be putting a lot of effort across that crime value chain to make sure that we can get the greatest civil efficiency from deterring the crime right the way through to prosecution at the end of it all. The other thing we've seen working extremely well is where private sector, such as ourselves and other companies, bring innovative technologies and solutions to support law enforcement in their endeavors to combat crime. Many examples, and Grant mentioned one, the trip we hosted across to Brazil, was an international best practice trip that we went on, invited the DCPI with us to learn and experience what did they do to get on top of it. The most remarkable thing is that when we came back, not only did we learn individual little pieces, but it resulted in the formulation of minimum standards for our industry. So that's a fantastic example of where private companies have come together with the public partners to make sure that we provide lasting change out into the environment and combat what we see out there. I think to Graham's point, we have to be honest with one another. We'll never reach a space where we've done enough. There will always be things we need to do, always new endeavors that we need to embark on. And I do think one area where we're potentially falling short as private sector is really leveraging the structures that are existing. As you correctly said, Graham, we've got plenty of partnerships out there, but now we need to embed and scale. And what we are noticing is that there are existing structures at a national level, regional level, local level, where the participation from private sector is probably not where it needs to be. And we need to own up, and we need to say as private sector, how do we make sure that as much pressure as we're putting on our partners in the public sector, that we ourselves contribute on equitable measure. So certainly we need to start leveraging the existing structures a lot more. Data sharing, you mentioned the visual verification initiatives, etc., that would add value. As a cash industry, we looked at a project called Project Face Off, where we were looking to pull together visual data from across various different role players across various industries and form that collective biometric database with which we could then start to collectively fight crime. And I think that's the part where I'll end, is it's not about me, it's not about you, it's not about us, it's about collectively everybody getting together from different industries. As SBV, we support a number of the businesses in the room, a number of the businesses out there in the retail sector, and through the collaboration with the Consumer Goods Council and CGCSA, that's really where the power lies, that we can start linking these different industries together and stop the displacement of crime, but actually eradicate crime.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing. Abby, I think you've been at CGC for 8 years, 9 years, and well done on a job well done, you and your team. I think you've progressed to the next level. Just some thoughts to close off. I think through that process, you are probably the best partner maker and maintainer as well. Just some thoughts about what has worked, but also equally, if you had to have 2 or 3 things that you really want to achieve, what would they be?
Thank you, Graham. So, just so that everybody knows, before I became the head of the risk initiative at the CGCSA, Graham was actually the head of the risk initiative at the Consumer Goods Council. So, ever since I joined the organization, it was clear that collaboration was critical. We tried to sign MOUs with all organizations possible. We signed with CGCSA, SABRIC, we've got a history working with them, the petroleum security industry. Because the truth of the matter is that we're dealing with commonalities, same people, same types of crimes, and doing it in isolation does not yield the results that we need to in order for us to mitigate the threat. So the police, we've built over the years a solid relationship on national, provincial, all the way down into regional and station level. So we participate in all the priority committees on national level. We participate at the NADJOCs, we participate at the PROVJOCs, the PROV joints, the NAD joint. So, and it's all about sharing of information to ensure that the crimes are identified and mitigated. And I think everybody spoke about collaboration, but I think the critical thing with collaboration is to actually put it into action. We can talk and talk and talk about it, and we can come up with all these wonderful ideas, but I think it's critical that we start actioning the process. I know from a business against crime point of view, they're busy helping the NPA. I mean, things like, and the advocate spoke about that, digitizing dockets, making it easier, bringing in forensic investigators from the private sector, because the truth of the matter is a lot of the prosecutors are not trained to do forensic investigations, and it's critical that the private sector steps in and makes these people available so that we can prosecute and actually get these guys off the street. So in a nutshell, that's where we are. Collaboration is critical, and I must congratulate SAPS, because I know there's a lot of projects that they're running. There's a lot of priority committees that they're setting up to ensure that they bring all the relevant role players. And the security industry assisting with the E2 project as a force multiplier has made a big difference in the way that we address crime in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we're on time if my thinking is right. I just want to thank the panel for your contributions, but also I wanted to thank the organizers. I think today has been really a revelation. I think the priorities around cyber security and illicit markets, that's what really stands out for me. And I'm sure for many of those participants, but well done on the organization and the topics. Thank you.
Well, Ashcom, back to load shedding, it seems. It's a reality again. We've come to almost the last session, to the end of our day. Our last session will be my colleague, Michelle Francis Pariaki, who's going to talk to us about the use of global standards and solutions in the fight against illicit and counterfeit. And Michelle, when you're done, we'll call up our CEOs in Tlektikwe to close the day. From me, thank you very much for being the most esteemed audience. It's been a pleasure spending the day with you. Thank you very much.
So you see me always walking up with a bottle of water and some beautiful products from Lactalis. So whilst we wait for the presentation to come up, I want to tell you a story. About 9 years ago, when I joined the CGCSA, I was just telling Aslam, I was interviewed by Graham and by Zinkle and by AB and Shane, and I just, AB was not there, correct, and Shalindra, and Graham was there, and he often looked at me thinking, does this woman really want to join the CGCSA? Just linked to GS1 Standards. But I am absolutely amazed at that day that I can stand here and talk to you about how standards can link to fighting crime in the country. And the journey started with AB saying to me, and the slides would have told you a better story as well. Every day he texts me, every other day, he says, SAPS has this, they've went to this warehouse in the ports and they need to identify who does this barcode belong to. And I thought, that takes time. How can we put something into the South African Policing Services hands? How do we put a tool into the environmental health practitioners' hands to say that when they go to our communities and they're looking at the product that you and I eat, whether I buy it in formal retail like Massmart or Pick n Pay or KitKat, where this bottle of water was sponsored, and you and I as consumers can say, I can absolutely identify who the manufacturer is and make sure that if something goes back wrong, I can take it back, I can lay a complaint. That incident will probably be logged with the manufacturer. If there's something that is wrong, the manufacturer is going to log a call with the right policing forums or initiatives like the Crime and Risk Initiative that AB runs, and then the data trail will start. Yeah? They say follow the money. But to fight counterfeit and illicit trade, we need to start following identity. I have my ID card here. It's a beautiful picture of me a long time ago when the digital cards came out. It has an ID number. It tells me that I'm South African, that I'm female, where I was born and when the date of issue is. Now, my slides would have shown you that this bottle of water got a product identity from GS1 South Africa. And who's GS1? GS1 is linked to the Consumer Goods Council in South Africa. Here we are 43 years old on the 7th of May. And the standard is over 50 years old. We're in 118 countries. We're a global company. Those 10 billion beeps that happen every day across the world, the digitalization of that has been able through the GS1 standards. It's more than Google searches every day. And this is what our country dismisses at a regulatory level to say, what data intelligent points can we take to fight this at a bigger level? I heard somebody mention quantum computing, AI, the use of digital transformation. Where the EU is heading is they're starting to say, just like we have done with our app for those who've scanned it, they are linking into this big, massive registry that GS1 has created. It has every company that has been issued an identifier on that registry that you and I can real-time access to see where products are coming from. What power would that give CIPC? Would that give the South African receiver of revenue? Would that give our customs and trade organizations? Would give the liquor industry, the tobacco industry, the food industry, the non-food industry, the mining, the healthcare, the power to start collecting these data points. And then when you take the app where AB and I, where our thinking had converged, we said, let's create a MyCGC app under Zinkle's leadership. We released it soon after she became the CEO. And her pitch to the board when she got the CEO picture is, I want data to be the power of the retail and manufacturing supply chain. I want data insights, were her words to us in our vision, our industry. I see my slides are coming up there, but they're not there. And this is where our journey started to create the app. We then got board approval to create the app. And very quickly, I said we will get approval from our global office to inject the verified by GS1 scan. But what AB and the team and even the food safety executive McLeod did is they said, let's add on practical use cases. We want our citizens to start logging incidents on food fraud, on illicit and counterfeit trade. But what we want them to do is to scan that little barcode so that we can give legitimate identity to the South African Police Forum to say, here's your data point. Now follow the data backwards. Where was it ordered? Where was it shipped from? Because that's the data that you're going to have to collect as the policing forum. It's not all hosted by us. It's hosted in those environments where the data is. Now, when you put AI on top of it, and we start saying, for these very big brands that really produce products that you and I can consume, how do we protect them with this? We then start saying, how is that ID linked to that batch in your data, and should it have been shipped to this region? That's what we need to shift in the data challenge that we are having in the country. So I'm going to try next. It's warming up, because I do want to. So I've mentioned who GS1 is, and we are in 25 industries. So Graham brought AB and I onto a call with Zinkle, and we talked about how these standards are being used in the rail industry in Australia and India, and we're hoping to actually work on that. I was invited to the DRC's government to deal with every phone that you have has cobalt or some type of metal in it that was actually shipped from the DRC. And that government, because of the case against them in Belgium for the false claims of using child labor with Apple, they asked us to start looking at a traceability framework. And GS1 is not just about the barcode. We do a traceability standard that's recognized by ISO so that you as law enforcement can know we are using a very good standard for data that solutions like Dr. Henny Russ's does for traceability to start connecting those data points. And to fight, you'll see those boxing gloves there. To fight this illicit trade, all of you have mentioned collaboration, but with collaboration, you'll know labor is at the end of the word collaboration. And that's what I think we must take away. What are we going to do to really come together, use the experience that we all have and all the various expertise and fight this thing both from a policing perspective, a regulatory perspective, an industry value chain perspective, bringing along our citizens, but also bringing it in with supported by a global standard that really can fundamentally make a difference in our fight. Now, we don't solve all the problems. I always say, sometimes I come up here and everybody thinks we hold the data as GS1 or CGCSA. We don't do that. What we do is we allow a standard for these different systems that you own, that you feed data to connect and talk to each other, so that that identity can be connected at a global level. You don't want a proprietary number issued to you on this identity card that I have. Why would any manufacturer or product you're consuming, would you buy it and it is not a legitimate identifier? How are you checking that? So for court cases, one that I have had to give a certificate where there was a counterfeit between a company in Australia and South Africa, they asked us as GS1 to send the certificate. Now that was just the identity, and that was forensically hard evidence to say, hey, the legitimate intellectual property owner of that product, according to our registries, is this person, not that person. So we don't go to court and give evidence, but at least we say who the identity belongs for. And I applaud to all the stakeholders today, please let's work together to do that. I'm going to rush through this slide and say to you, authorities are important, local authorities. AB and Zinkley and the team are doing a fabulous job to have got the South African Police Services know about the standards. They're using the app. Retailers, distributors, and wholesalers are beginning to put their data that you can trust with that identity. Manufacturers, the 2 million companies we support around the world, whether it's Procter, Amcar, Tiger Brands, all the liquor producers, they put their data onto our registry from their side, and we train them on how to do that. Our customs officials in the EU, in Brazil, are all using these registries to improve digitalization of identity of products, services, and locations. And to all of us today, we need to provide a data discussion on what does this mean to tracing back to its original source to ensure that the law enforcement that need to take to these guys can follow their data and get the prosecutions required. And if we mine the incidents, imagine the intelligence you're going to get that with some AI, and we are working on that. So the European Union Intellectual Property Office, this is a big story, has now connected an enforcement portal that every product that's shipped into the EU or is sold within the European Union uses our registries. And they, too, like us, have created an app. It is an IP enforcement portal. And guess what? When somebody picks up a product, it scans the barcode, as you can see in the second image. It asks you, what do you want to scan and select? Where do you want to go? Do I want to check who's the brand owner? Do I want to check the IP links that's on a trusted vault almost, right? And then you can get other sources of. Imagine the EU is doing this at scale. I heard the Brazil case. The Brazil receiver of revenue hooks up to this massive registry that we've had. So what have we done locally? Locally, AB and I and the team put ourselves, I look after the tech space for Zinkley and the team. So we got these APIs. We got a good partner for creating the app. And as you can see, we took that API, we hooked it to the back of the app that the South African Police Services has, our environmental health protectioners have, and they are able to scan it without coming to me, and they can trust that scan, right? But on that menu, you'll see we also have report illicit products and report crime. Now, these slides are going to be available for you. If you haven't downloaded the app, please do. It's on the Google App Store and the Play Store. We released a new version of it on the 28th of February. And the reason why we released, we heard your feedback and the community's feedback, and we made those changes for dark screen, light screen. Somebody wanted to report even more anonymously without having to put a user ID in, and we've done that so that we can get more screens. And you'll see the hand there, which is their branding, say no to illicit trade. You can now do it food, non-food, alcohol product, and they are busy mining this data. So I believe in 6 months, we need to start seeing how, as we do another launch, how is SAPS getting that intelligence to do further investigation. So it's a simple app for the GS1 side of it. You scan a barcode, like that Red Bull there. It tells you a bit about the product and who actually owns that barcode, so you can trace one back step up. And then Neo mentioned the Chekadai Dung, the Rekamokoi, and I'm sorry for butchering the name, but it was a brilliant campaign to say to communities, what is the retail supply chain doing and the manufacturers doing to let you check who owns that at least? And they ran a campaign to say, How do you check if it's illicit or counterfeit and talk about the pricing? Because it's not just about the standards, it's lots of conversations. And what we did is we had interviews at local communities, local radio stations. We need to do more of this because we can't win this war on illicit and counterfeit if citizens don't know how to check things. Now, my son is in grade 9, and because I work with barcodes, when he goes to the tuck shop, he says, "Mom, this thing didn't have a GS1 barcode." I'm like, yay, and I didn't buy it, right? That's a great thing. And we need to go to schools and we need to say, don't buy a packet of chips that you don't know where somebody bought it from. Or don't buy alcohol if you're over 18 and you haven't checked who the brand owner is. Those are simple conversations that we really now need to have. That's just what's happening locally. With our HR executive that works with WNCTA, we go into communities across the country and we're trying to mobilize more where we are training communities. And when my team went there, they said the police was not there, and these guys were very angry that even though we reported, there's no fast action. So we said, continue to report it on the app. We promise you that the team is going to get these incidents out to the policing forum. Lastly, just the way the app, we had over 1,000 downloads in the country. There were 8,000 scans that we can see. And guess what? Most of them were issued from GS1 South Africa, but the next one was Belgium. And guess which was the biggest product scan in the communities? Which product? Which product? There's the top 10 products, the 544900 product. Who can guess which product that was mostly scanned out of those 8,800 scans? Eh? Coca-Cola, well done. And we were able to say this, and we're going to bring more insights to the L'Oreals, the Coca-Colas, the Unifils, the BATs, all of their data there. And then lastly, for the crime part, we are seeing that food is still probably the more counterfeit and illicit from what the data is telling us. Then liquor and tobacco are pretty much equal, and then there's some other. E-commerce is a big thing. We've just said take a lot because of the sellers incorrectly putting products onto their platforms. They have now hooked up to, just like Amazon has, to our verified by GS1 registry. And this is going to improve the problems that they are having, and we are convinced of that. So that's my story for today. I had to rush through it, but I hope that has helped you understand the role of standards that we can play in illicit and counterfeit. Thank you. And Zinke, our CEO, is ready to close.
Thank you, everybody, for staying through. I'd just like to thank the Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng, General Mtombeni, and in absentia, National Commissioner, for coming through and staying half of the day with us. I think that was really amazing for us as an organization, and it shows the work that we do and the impact that we are doing. So I was saying to the team, I should have been singing this song, I forgot how that song goes, but yeah, so I thought, it is one of those groundbreaking events where you see the commitment from the police industry. We know that they're committed. We've seen it through the Boxer, and we are working closely together at that point, but we really, really appreciate the time. So I'm not going to keep you long. We've come to the end of the day. I just want to thank you, everybody. Thank you, Amanda. I really, really appreciate it. There's still a lot of work that we need to do together. And all the panel and the speakers that have been here today, and the exhibitors and the team that our organization to put this event, and the members of the MENCOM, because this was their concept. They came to us, they say, people are taking up your space. People are holding crime seminars and you guys are not doing that. So you need to take up space. Like similar to what Zozibini said in 2019, when she took, take up your space and own it, because I think we tend to be more polite and just do work and continue to work. So I think really, really today has been a really success for us, and I really want to thank you. And if anyone today doubts of the impact crime is doing in our communities, I don't know where you at. I think you just lost. You in a orbit somewhere, need some direction. So today has been really instrumental, and to show the alarm and the extent of crime and the impact that we are all experiencing, whether in our homes, in our workplaces, in our economy. Why is our economy not growing? Because we've seen the impact of illicit and counterfeit. We've seen how the tobacco industry has been impacted negatively. We have these decisions that government sometimes make because of COVID. I think COVID just grew illicit trade in this country, and decisions of regulations where you want a white label and not market, and all of these decisions. So it's really important that we really engage the industry. Another one, Commissioner, where we're hoping, Provincial Commissioner, where we're hoping can help us within the crime space is the private security bill, because now if that bill says security guards cannot carry guns, they're going to come with the batons to criminals that have a R5 or AK-47. It's really, really not a good idea. We really need to be, in South Africa, we really need to not to be reactive because of a social media aspect that people are alarmed to say security companies are carrying guns. Let's look at the real impact of how is it going to help our economy. And in the morning today, I was asked to say, what do I want to see about this event? What successes I want to see? I said, I don't want it to succeed. I don't want to have a crime seminar again. How it's going to succeed is that we do not have a crime seminar again where we're talking about the impact of crime. We want crime to end in this country. We do not want to have security companies, I'm sorry, SPV, but because we just want, if you want to have those, it must not be striving organizations. It just shows the extent. I mean, if striving organizations in this country who makes a lot of money is security companies, what does that tell us as a country? What does it tell us about us? So for me, I really, really want us to just as a country to succeed and to grow this sector in particular. I mean, we had in the morning earlier on, I always say this sector has the ability to employ the unemployed people who are unskilled to the really, really highly skilled individuals. But businesses are taking funds that are crucial at growing economy, at growing their businesses, and spending on securing their assets, and spending on reacting and preparing for go and putting a case and making sure that, and we have Nunos and we have Aslam who are employed. I'm sorry, guys, we should not be employing people to focus on crime and the risk that organizations face. So it's really, really a saddening state. And I always say in our organization, it's really unfortunate that we have to have a crime and risk initiative because of the country that we live in, where crime is so rife, where, I mean, like AB, you have shown stats, they've moved from just minor, when it first started, it was just shoplifting, here and there. Crime trends have changed to be really brutal. We've seen today, we've seen the stats have been shared, and the National Commissioner stats as well that have been shared. So I do not know what it is. I do not know. I always take it back to apartheid, when we as South Africans, we were throwing stones to the police. That was a disrespect to the police, because at that time, that's when that disrespect started, that you did not really respect the men in blue and the uniform. So it's a really ugly system that really broke our communities and our country. So because those as Black people, I used to run away. I must just say, I must put it out there. I used to like they come and get us out of school. I was in primary school, like in standard 3, which was grade what at the time. And I was like, I'm running away from here. But it was such a system that broke this country, because the disrespect and not respecting the police and the work that the police does, it started at that time. This is in my personal view, not the CGCSA view. I must do that disclaimer. I know SAB is not here. I mean, BAT is not here. They always stand up and say, this is in my personal view, not the view of the BAT. So I'm doing the same thing today. But I really, really like to thank you. It's been a great event. We're going to continue doing it until we do not have crime in this country. Thank you so much for your time.